Kirby. Yeah. Shit. Okay. Yeah, this is a YouTube video. Well, it's gonna be a YouTube video. I'm recording it right now. I'm playing Kirby video games on my MacBook admitted to pirating. Because I don't fucking care. It's a video game. I played this shit when I was a kid. I love this shit. It's the 20th anniversary of Kirby in 2012. I go to this little store and I buy this little game, and it's the craziest shit ever. And it's because it's not just a game. It's like a lot of games, but also it's more than that even too. It's a whole experience. It comes with a CD full of Kirby music, and like I would listen to that every night as I went to sleep, which was crazy. And shit, my voice is kind of bad. I like just ate. You ever get that shit when you just eat and your voice kind of sucks? But like, I bought this game and it came with that. It also came with like a booklet with like all of the Kirby lore and shit. And this is okay. So what I'm gonna do is it comes with 6 classic Kirby games. I think I'm gonna play this one, Dreamland 3. But before that, I'm gonna go into Kirby's history, which is like a timeline of Kirby. And this is gonna be pretty laggy because it's like my MacBook kind of sucks. And I'm recording at the same time because you can tell it's lagging, and I don't think you hear the music through OBS, but it's pretty laggy music, but it doesn't matter. Anyways, fucking 1991, I was not alive, the Nintendo Entertainment System, but then 1992, I did play this game because it's in this collection. That was when I first played it. Kirby's Dreamland. It's awesome. And I love it. It's the first Kirby game. This guy, Masahiro Sakurai, was making a video game, and he was like 19. I'm 19 right now, which is nuts. But I love this game. It's really simple. There's no copy abilities yet. So it's like the most basic form of Kirby. And he's like white on the box art because it was like an interpolation of him being white in the game because it was a colorless game. It was on the Game Boy. But then they came out with Kirby's Adventure, which was like when shit got real. I mean, it was already pretty real, but now it's even more real because he's got the ability to suck in, and then he swallows, and he gets the abilities of the enemies. This is copy abilities. So like you swallow a sword guy, you get the sword ability, which is fucking awesome. I think these also come with little trailers that you can watch, which is crazy. And it has this iconic scene. You draw. It's like drawing Kirby because he's a very simple character. But I love this guy. I love this whole game. This brings back a lot of memories of the whole thing. I have like a water with me. I'm gonna drink this. But basically, I just wanted to make a video kind of just talking about the experience of Kirby that I have. Because I think about Kirby a lot. There's just a lot of good memories. I think as a kid, if you would ask me what my favorite like video game thing was, I would have said Pokemon, but like in retrospect, it definitely was Kirby. It's just that Kirby was less frequent than Pokemon because like Pokemon is everywhere all the time because it's not just games, it's like the anime and the movies and like the card game, and I would collect the cards and shit. I didn't even play the Pokemon card game. I just like collected the cards because they looked cool. But this isn't even about that. This is about Kirby. But anyways, you get the gist of Kirby's Adventure. But there's also Pinball Land. And I actually have played this one. It's not in this collection. But basically, it's literally pinball, but they put a bunch of Kirby stuff all over it. So it's like, it's also on the Game Boy. So it has the art style and the sprites from the Game Boy, but it's literally just pinball. And it's actually pretty good. I mean, if you like pinball, you will like this. But if you don't like pinball, then you probably won't like this. That's because it's like pretty literal. It's kind of confusing at first to understand, just because the way everything is laid out. But like, it's not that crazy, and I actually think it's pretty good. Like for pinball, you know, solid. There's no bad Kirby games; they're all good. You know, they're not all like insanely amazing. Like this is just pinball, but it's like good pinball. Oh, there's also a description, so I should probably read. So Kirby's Pinball Land, 1993, a game in which ball-shaped Kirby had to reach and then beat bosses waiting at the top of exciting pinball stages. There's 3 bosses in total, if I remember correctly. And you can see at the start of the trailer, Or like, how far can I skip? Okay, yeah. There's 3. There's like, hold on. Right here, Wispy, Kracko, and Poppy. Those are like the 3 main bosses. And then I think you fight DDD at the end of that or something like that. I don't remember. I played Pinball Land on the 3DS like virtual console, and Kirby's Adventure came with this collection, so I played it on there also. 1994, there was no Kirby game. But what's funny about this is that in the years that there wasn't a Kirby game, and even in the years that there are, in this timeline, they reference real-life events, and I'm not sure if they're different between, say, like the European and Japanese releases of the game, because some of them reference like presidents. Like if you go to like 2000, George W. Bush, and what's funny is that this game references Obama. In 2008, they're like, Barack Obama was the president of the USA, which is just funny to me. I don't know. So going back here, we're gonna go through the entire thing. It only goes up to 2012. But yeah, Winter Olympic Games, a raking record. Oh wait, shit, my screen is recording. I did eat already. I gotta turn on Do Not Disturb for like ever. Yeah, okay. Oh no, emulation. I'm screen recording. Okay. But yeah, a 3,000-pound lollipop was made. I don't know why they put that one in there. Maybe because Kirby eats lollipops. But yeah, also you can, so when you select a game, you like swallow it, as you can see here. And the thing is here is he doesn't swallow it, and you could just like inhale for a while, but then he gets tired, which is pretty cute. Good detail. And also he doesn't get a visible ability, but he does the animation and the sound effect plays as if he got an ability. So it's kind of like the Smash ability, I guess, where you don't visibly see that he has it. And I'm talking about the... there's an ability in some of the Kirby games where he gets his Smash Bros. Moveset. I think that first started in... I think that was in Nightmare in Dreamland first, but I might be wrong. Or no, I think it was Amazing Mirror. It's definitely Amazing Mirror. But it's in later Kirby games, too. It's like kind of a rare secret one. But anyways, 1995... Kirby's Dream Course. It's basically golf, but it's like weird as fuck. So it's like I played this. I could not beat this. This is one of the few games I have not beaten of Kirby, but I have played all of them. But I'm too stupid to do this. It's like you gotta think about it, and it's like golf, and you use all of Kirby's abilities and shit. It's really well made, and I love the soundtrack for it too. But man, I could never play this game. It's not for me. It's wacky. But yeah, it kind of was the first sort of like big Kirby spinoff, I guess, because like there was Pinball Land before, but this was like when they really took it into a step of being more ambitious about the spin-off games, which was very interesting. But yeah, like UFO Kirby and shit. But yeah, I don't know. I really like it, but I'm not. This is probably like if I made a tier list of Kirby games, this would be. It'd be like mid-range, probably just because it's like I don't know, it's a bit convoluted, and it's not very forgiving, because let me see if I could get, so there's tomatoes on the screen at the bottom, if you can see that. There's 4 of them, and so that's like you get 4 chances to like 4 hits, and I'm like not even good at Wii golf. Like I'm just bad at golf, bro. So it's just not lenient enough for me. Like I would be getting, I don't know what they call it, like bogeys every time or whatever. And there's also Kirby's Avalanche, which is like a Puyo game, which is really cool. I have played this one, and I'm pretty sure I beat it. But he has funny dialogue. Kirby is really snarky in this. I don't know if they showed in this trailer or not, but Kirby's just a goofball. He's like, sorry, bro. Yeah, I don't know. It's throughout the whole game, but basically the gameplay is just Puyo, so it's like good on the basis that it's Puyo, but like not much else from there. And he fights Meta Knight and all the dudes and King DDD, and I don't know, it's not very notable because it's just Puyo. I don't know why they called it Kirby's Avalanche rather than like Kirby Puyo or whatever. I'm not like too familiar with that whole line of games. I know about Puyo Tetris, which is very good, but I don't know about like the history of this itself, like the color matching, block dropping kind of thing. Then there's Kirby's Dreamland 2. So finally they made a sequel to Kirby's Dream Land, even though Adventure was kind of already a sequel, but this is like more directly a sequel. Because Adventure is a bit unrelated, but not entirely. Like, the story's a bit different. I don't remember exactly. I know some of the Kirby lore. I'm kind of rusty on it. But, and the lore isn't too important necessarily to the games. It's kind of just if you're like a dummy-ass nerd guy. But Kirby's Dream Land 2, it's great. So they introduced this, like, friends thing where you have little fish and other companions that are animals. There's, like, a hamster named Rick, fish called Kine, and Ku the owl. And they change your abilities. So, like, if you have a copy ability, but then you also get one of the friends, they change how the ability works, which is pretty cool. And they're made for different kinds of travels. Like, Kine is the fish, so he helps you swim faster. Ku, the owl. Yeah, he helps you fly, which is pretty cool. It's really fun. I like this game a lot. It's a great Game Boy game. Probably one of the best Game Boy games. I'm not super into the Game Boy games in general. Like, I don't know. Like, not very many of them are great. Like, even, like, Pokemon on the Game Boy is pretty good, but it's, like, pretty hard to get through just because of how slow it plays. But Kirby's Dream Land 2 actually, like, plays pretty well. Because I am a fan of, like, games that run fast and you could play them, like, well and press buttons a lot. I mean, I'm a fan of slow games, too, but, I mean, like, there's a difference between, like, Pokemon Black and White and, like, Pokemon, Diamond and Pearl in terms of how fast you can play the game. Like, when you press a button, there is like, the health bar thing in Pokemon Diamond and, like, Pearl and Platinum. Like, the health bar is super slow in those games. But here's Kirby's Block Ball. And, hold on, let me see what this is. I don't remember. Oh, yeah, I did play this one also. This was also on the 3DS Virtual Console, and that's where I played it. It was also on the Game Boy, if I remember correctly. Yeah, Game Boy game. So it's like Breakout, kind of, but they made it more complicated. And it's got all these worlds. So it's like pretty hard, actually. I think this is one of the harder Kirby spin-offs, but like you can get through it, especially with like the Virtual Console. When I was a kid, and I was just like, yeah, I'll just use the save states and stuff because I didn't really care. But I did beat this, and it's really fun. You just hit the ball and it bounces everywhere. It's great, and it works in like it's a Game Boy game. It's got like pixels instead of having like really fine-tuned movement, but it's still like good. And I think it kind of works better for Breakout. I don't know, because like in regular Breakout, the bar like kind of moves a bit too fast. I think this is my favorite iteration of Breakout, not only because of that, but also because they just do a lot of creative things with it. Like this boss. It's like the Cappy, but there's like a bunch of them, and you have to hit them a lot. And there's side like bars that you hit, so you go up and down and left and right. I don't know. They just do a lot with it. It's like a very simple concept, but it's really fun. I like this one a lot. 1996, released in May on the Game Boy. Once again, Kirby returned to ball form. This time, Kirby had to bounce off paddles and bash his way through blocks. Yeah, and also Kirby Superstar, which was the real star of this year. So going back a bit. So there's Dreamland Adventure, Dreamland 2, and now Superstar. So this is the fourth like mainline Kirby game, and the rest are spin-offs. But this is like one of the most revered classic Kirby games of all time, and rightly so, because it's just fantastic. It's great. It's so much fun. I definitely do want to play this in another video, but I'm not playing it for today because I have a Dreamland 3 itch right now, but I'll get to that. So this was the first one to have multiplayer in it, and this was also on the Super Nintendo. It wasn't the first one on the Super Nintendo because Dream Course came out before it, which was the golf one. And has this great intro of Kirby just flying through, and it's like got the crazy graphics and the awesome music. And so the main gimmick of this is it has like 8 games inside of it, and there's actually a few more. Well, let me count, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 right here on this like screen that I'm looking at, but there are more you unlock because there is the arena, as well as like some others. I don't remember. I kind of confused the amount of games in this in Superstar Ultra, which is the Nintendo DS remake of this game, but which we'll get to later. But yeah, it starts out with Dreamland 1, but like remade in this style. So it's like you get to play the game, but there's copy abilities, and also there's multiplayer, and it's great. It's kind of weird because you have to have an ability, and then the second player becomes like the enemy that is the manifestation of that copy ability. So if you play the game without copy abilities, I don't think you can really use the multiplayer, which is kind of weird. But still, it's really fun, and this is a great introduction to the series. Not only because it, like, I don't know, all the games are pretty easy, and I'll get into that kind of later, but it's just, like, it's awesome. It's so fun, and it's got a great, like, little story, because it's kind of 8 self-contained stories. Not all the mini games have stories, but, I mean, that's basically what it is. It's, like, 8 little mini games in one. And they're pretty meaty. Like, you'll get hours of content out of this. Oh, yeah, and this is, like, the end section of, I forgot which game this is in, but it's like you do a shmup. It's really fun as like one of the boss battles. In Gourmet Race, oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, so the thing about this is Gourmet Race is in this game, but it's also in Kirby's Dream Land 3, which came out after. It's in a lot of games actually in the future. But I first remember, because I think I played Dreamland 3 before Superstar. So when I heard Gourmet Race, I was like, oh yeah, it's the song from Kirby's Dream Land 3. But then over time I was like, oh, it's actually from this game. Because that's like the name of it in this game. But yeah, it's a minigame where you race King Dedede, and it's just got this iconic piece of music that is in the background right now, but I guess you don't hear it in the recording. But basically, I mean, yeah, phenomenal stuff. And I mean, Kirby has a lot of iconic music tracks that I could go into. I love the music of Kirby as well. There's just so much good stuff. And it's really creative. But anyways, 1997, Kirby Star Stacker. I don't remember what this is on. Let me see what this is. It is... Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. This is another one that I've played. I don't think I've, like, finished it necessarily. I don't know if you really beat this one or not, because I, like, have played it very little. I forgot even where I did play it, but I know that I did. But it's kind of just blocks. It's a block puzzle game. It's not that crazy. But yeah. Because it oh, it had multiplayer too, but like you had to have a link cable. Because this was on the Game Boy. And it's crazy that they were still making Game Boy games in 1997. That's such a old thing. But I mean, this was a spin-off anyway, so it's kind of like irrelevant. And I kind of wish they did contribute that level of, like, development power into something on the Super Nintendo or something. But, I mean, it's fine. It's in the past. I don't really care that deeply. But another thing is that, like... Ah, shit. I had a good point. I forgot what I was going to say. But, like... Oh, yeah, the sales. I was going to talk about the sales of these. So, like, Kirby's Dream Land, the first one... as I was saying, like, Sakurai made the game when he was 19. He, like, saw other games on the Game Boy and was like, dang, these are kind of hard. And he wanted to make a game that was, like, not as hard. And, like, most people could play it. So he came up with this. And the thing is, like, you can fly forever in Kirby's Dream Land. Like, you just press the jump button, you keep jumping, and it's like you're floating. So you could save yourself from deaths. And, like, the gameplay loop is very simple. You press one button to inhale something. You press the same button to exhale it. And that's your main form of interacting with the game. And so much is done with that. But also, yeah, it's, like, really accessible in terms of Game Boy games. I think in terms of the standards of now, it's kind of, like, a bit hard. But that's just because games have kind of gotten easier and more convenient over the years. But, like, in its day, this was, like, one of the easiest games you could play, and it sold 5 million something units. All future Kirby games like barely crack 1 or 2 million, if I remember correctly, which kind of sucks. But yeah, then there's this big gap after Dreamland 3. Oh wait, shit, I didn't even talk about Dreamland 3. This is the game that we're gonna be playing later when I finish going through the timeline. But this is my favorite actually. It's a sort of sentimental value. Because it was in this collection. I played this as a kid, and I just fell in love with this one the most. I don't know. It's just got this really charming, like, hand-drawn art style. And I'm definitely going to talk about it more. It brought back the Friends thing, and they had more of them. So there's still Rick, Kine, and Koo. But now there's Choo Choo, this, like, pink octopus creature thing. Pitch, which is another bird, but it's like a green bird. It's a real small bird. And also Nago, which is a cat. Or yeah, it's a cat. I think there's one more, if I'm not mistaken. I might be. Shit, I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, they brought back the old ones and there's new ones. So there's a lot of different possibilities with all the copy abilities and stuff. And it's just great. But, you know, I'll talk about it when I, like, play it. And it also has multiplayer in the form of GUI, which can be summoned at any time. And so it's kind of like a better game for multiplayer. Because, like, when I show people Kirby, I kind of prefer to start with this. But, like, I don't know if I really should. But it's because the multiplayer is a bit more convenient. But at the same time, it's kind of less. Because the draw distance of GUI is, like, very short for some reason. So if you run a lot as Kirby, GUI will just, like, teleport back to you a lot. But, I mean, that's kind of literally the only problem with the game, I think. Other than that, it's literally just 10 out of 10 perfection. It does everything right. Same with most of these. I mean, let me go down the list and give my ratings. I think Dreamland, like 8 out of 10. Adventure is like a 9. Pinball Land, I don't know, like a 7 or something. Dreamland 2 is like an 8. Dream Course like a 6. And Avalanche like a 7 also. Block Ball is like a 7. And Superstar is definitely 10 out of 10. Star Stacker, I don't think I've played enough to really give it a fair rating. And Dreamland 3, again, 10 out of 10. And I'll go through that in the future. But now this 2-year break, or actually 3 years, because it was 1997. Actually, let me see. Dreamland 3 came out in November. Star Stacker came out in April. Yeah, so, like, it was approximately 3 years. Because if I remember, Kirby 64, which is the next game, came out... Okay, yeah, it was, like, the middle of 2000. So it's, like, almost 3 years gap. And this is the biggest gap in Kirby games for a while. I think the gap between the current thing, which is Star Allies in 2018... Or, no. Oh, yeah, 2018. Into Kirby and the Forgotten Lands 2022, which comes out in like a week from when I'm recording this. Sorry. I had to like cough for a moment. But yeah, that's like 4 years. But also there was DLC in that time. So it's a bit less bad. But anyways, in these gap years, they have more of these things where they show little like real world events. In 1999, we had a 6 billion population. And also Kirby appeared in the first Smash Bros. Game. But yeah, now Kirby 64. And the reason that this game had a big development cycle was because it was on the Nintendo 64. It was the first Kirby game in 3D, but it's not really a 3D game. So if you look at the gameplay, it's 2D gameplay, but the graphics are in 3D. And in the Kirby, like... So this game came with the Dream Collection, like the package of all these games and stuff for the 20th anniversary. Came with a booklet, as I mentioned, which had, or maybe I didn't mention it, but I don't know. I'm mentioning it now. There's a booklet that has like a lot of the Kirby, kind of the inside scoop and all the history and little scrapped development things and stuff. It's really interesting. So it mentions that this is, the way it describes this is 2.5D, which I think kind of fits because it's like 3D graphics with 2D gameplay. But it's really fun. It's just another great Kirby game. And it's only single player except for the side bonus games. But it's just really great, fun single player game. It's a good platformer. There weren't too many 2D platformers on the Nintendo 64 because every game was trying to be the next Mario 64 and like have 3D crazy stuff going on. But, like, I don't think every game necessarily needed to be the next Mario 64. This is a great example. But this game's biggest, like, gimmick, I guess, but it's not really a gimmick, it's just kind of a core, fundamental aspect of how the game is played. You mix the copy abilities, and when you mix them, you get new abilities. And I think I had less fun with this than I should have, because I didn't know how to mix the copy abilities as, like, a kid playing this in this collection. So I just, like, had the normal copy abilities, like, raw. And I don't think I even know now how to do it, but I mean, I think they're really cool. I love, like, I think they show it in a little bit or something. But, like, for example, right here, they mix Flame and Cutter to get, like, a Flame Sword, which is, like, awesome. And there's just so many ability mixes that are great. And I should replay this again and, like, look up on the internet how to do the mixing. And you could even like mix the same ability with itself to get like an enhanced version of it. It was just a really thorough system, and it was awesome. And this is Refrigerator Kirby. I love Refrigerator Kirby because he spits out little snacks you can eat for health. But yeah, there's just a lot. It's a great game. It has lots of content. You collect all those shards. I never did that. I just played the game normally. So yeah, I guess I should replay this to like 100% it and get the full experience. But I love this game. It's great. The music is good. The atmosphere is really good. It's like there's a lot of more like technology and like robots kind of a bit, but there is still a lot of that sort of fantastical nature stuff going on. I don't know. It's a really different vibe compared to most other Kirby games, and it's kind of darker, I think. I don't know. It like creeped me out a little bit as a kid, but not like in a way that made me not want to play it, but just in a way I was like kind of fascinated with that. I was like, what is going on? I think it's just primitive 3D. It's just inherently a bit uncanny. But yeah, great game. 2000. And 2001, Tilt and Tumble, which is on the Game Boy Color. And this is the final, like, I guess, raw Game Boy game. Even though it's the Game Boy Color. So this came with, like, a Rumble Pack or something like that. This is one I have not played. And I can't really, like, emulate it because I don't know how to do the motion controls. Maybe there's a way to, but I just haven't looked into it enough. So this is, like, one of the only ones I just straight up haven't played. I mean, I don't know, it looks alright, I guess. From what I've heard, it's pretty good. But it's just kind of like the tilting controls are a bit primitive, I guess. But it's like it's like gyro. Like you literally tilt the Game Boy Color in order to play the game. And it seems pretty alright. I don't know. I can't really say much about this one. But now we get into 2002, the year I was born. Crazy. Kirby's Nightmare in Dreamland. Fantastic game. So they decided to remake Kirby's Adventure, which was, I think this was the 10th anniversary, if I remember. So Kirby's Dreamland came out in 1992. So yeah, this was 10 years of Kirby. And Adventure came out in 1993. So this was a remake 9 years later on better hardware. And this was sort of what they did as like a celebration of the 10th anniversary of Kirby. Even though I don't think they officially said that it was like an anniversary thing, but I mean this is pretty like making a remake of a classic game. That's kind of an anniversary thing to do, but it's really great. I've played this one. It's awesome. It's so fun, and it has these iconic sprites, this whole like artwork style. It's in a lot of like YouTube Newgrounds videos and shit like that. It's great. I remember this. It's fantastic. Because it's just the same game again, pretty much, but the graphics are better, and the gameplay is more refined and smoothed out. And it's fun, and it's portable, because it's the Game Boy Advance, you can take it on the go. I never had a Game Boy Advance myself. I played this emulated, like, 5 or so years ago, on, like, a computer or something. But, fun game. It's awesome. I love this game. Oh yeah, and it has bonus games. I should talk about the bonus games and all the Kirby games. So let me go back. I've kind of backtracked a lot, but I mean, that's kind of what you have to do in a thing like this. So most of the mainline Kirby games had bonus games inside of them. I don't think Dreamland did, but Adventure started this trend. So in some of the levels of Kirby's Adventure, there was a world map, and you would unlock these little like bonus games. There's like a crane game. I don't know if they show it in the trailer. I think they did. Yeah, this is one of them. So it's like quick draw. There's a little mini game. You just press a button when it like says to. Iconic stuff, and they bring this back later. But there's also a crane game, some other stuff. But that sort of started a trend. So Dreamland 2, I don't think Dreamland 2 has one either. So I don't think any of the Game Boy games had them. But Superstar had them in the form of Megaton Punch and Quick Draw again, but it was reskinned sort of as like a samurai sort of quick draw kind of thing. It's called Samurai Kirby. And they were both kind of just like single button press, simple mini games. So like all of the other ones are like full on kind of Kirby adventures, but Megaton Punch and Samurai Kirby are very simple. Dreamland 3 didn't have any. So I guess they're not as frequent as I remember, but they do get more frequent later on, because Kirby 64 had some. I forgot what they're called, but there's one where you do a race, and it's like you run around and stuff, and you press buttons, and I think there was one where you I don't know. There's at least 2 of them. I don't know, and they were the only part of the game where you could do multiplayer in those like simple button mashing mini games. But then Kirby's Nightmare Dreamland had completely original ones on top of the original ones. Or okay, I said original twice. It had completely new ones, like this one that they show a bit later, where it's like you have a bomb and it's like you throw it between your friends. Actually, maybe my memory serves me incorrectly. That might have been in the original, but I mean it still has them. And this one right here, where you throw a bomb around and like Kirby tosses it between other Kirbys and stuff. Actually, I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. But I mean, it has these mini games. This one is definitely original. You skate on the warp star, and it's like you have to not press the button when the rails are spiky, but you hold it while they're like normal colored. But yeah, those are the mini games. But also, Kirby had a TV show that started in 2002 called Kirby's Right Back at You, and there's 3 episodes in this game, which is it's episode 1, episode 60, and 72, which is a very weird selection. I have watched them all. It's like pretty standard. It's like a Saturday morning kind of cartoon, and it has a lot of original characters that don't come back later. Except there's a snail called Escargoon, which does come back in Kirby's Mass Attack in one of the mini games, which I'll get to later because it's way over here on the DS in 2011. But then 2003, Kirby's Air Ride. Phenomenal game. I love this one. I only played this recently on my MacBook, like emulated like a year or 2 ago. But I'd always wanted to play it because I saw it on here in this collection. I was like, dang, this looks so fun. And I would see it a lot on the internet. But it's like a racing game. And it's very like similar to Smash Bros. Melee in terms of the menu design and like the way everything looks. And just sort of the vibe of it. I don't know. But it's like a racing game with Kirby stuff. You're on the Warp Star, and you fly around and stuff. It's really fun, but it's also really chaotic. Like, it moves by super quickly, but also the controls are so simple. It's literally you press one button to do everything. And it has a lot of different mini games and different modes and stuff. There's a lot of replay value through it, but there isn't really a story. It's just kind of Kirby fan service, but it's also a racing game. But it's great. I love this. I need to play it more because I haven't like done everything to do in it, but I have like played it enough to say I think this is like a solid 9 out of 10 video game. But Kirby and the Amazing Mirror in 2004, another great one. They're all great ones. This was on the Game Boy Advance, and I have played this one also. It's sort of open in like the way the world is designed, which was different because all the other Kirby games are much more linear, but it's not necessarily open world, but it's like there aren't levels. I mean, okay, so there are levels, but it's you don't get kicked out of a level and then go to like a world map or something or a menu to select the new one. You literally have to travel throughout each level in order to get to a previous one, and you usually unlock a door that lets you kind of fast travel between certain levels, so it like speeds up the process as you explore. But you have to literally like just explore the whole map, which was really fun. So it's non-linear, but it's still sort of designed in a linear way because you have to beat everything. There's like 8 worlds, I think, or like 9. Yeah, there's like 9 main areas. You have to beat the main boss sort of each place in order to get the mirror shard of each area, which unlocks the final boss and stuff. But you can do it in like pretty much any order. There's like very few limits in terms of like having to go to one place in order to access another place. But yeah, as you can see in the video right there, the unlocks the smash ability, which is when you fight like I think it's Crazy Hand, it might be Master Hand, I don't remember like which is which. But it's like Kirby's Smash Bros. Melee moveset, but as like a copy ability. Yeah, this is a great game. It had a lot of stuff, has a great story, and there's also multiplayer through like the Game Boy Advance like link cable. But I never did it like that because I didn't have a Game Boy Advance and I played this like emulated. But it's still fun on your own. And you can also call the other Kirbys in single player as like AI players, which kind of gets annoying, and I didn't really do it that often. in my playthrough of it. But yeah, really fun game. And in 2005, there's Kirby's Canvas Curse. And this is another one I haven't played. So it's one of like the two, I think, because I haven't played this one, and I haven't played Tilt and Tumble. I think those are the only two. There might be like a newer one that's like a spinoff I haven't played or something. But that's pretty much it. But it's like on the DS. It was the first DS Kirby game. So I've noticed there's also a sort of pattern where they start off on a handheld, or on like a system with a spinoff usually. I mean, not always, because they started on the N64 with Crystal Stars, and I mean that's the only Nintendo 64 game. But like when they jumped onto the Super Nintendo, they started with like Dream Course and Kirby's Avalanche rather than like a big main Kirby game. And you can kind of see that again here on the DS, where they started with Canvas Curse. I don't know if that really says anything about the design philosophy of the people that make these games. But it's like, you touch the screen to make these like rainbow things. And I have played the follow-up to this, which is Rainbow Curse, which was only on the Wii U, and that was in 2015. And I'd always wanted to play this. I still do want to play this, but I just like, I can't, it's hard to emulate because you have to use the touch screen, and I have to find a good solution to that. Or I could just buy a DS again and then like get it, which is like not that expensive. But it, I mean, it is a purchase that I have to make with money. So I don't know. I'll get around to it eventually, because this is on like my gigantic list of games that I want to play someday. But I don't know. It always looked fun. My only experience with this is looking at this trailer right here and being like, whoa, this looks cool. And also with the songs that came on the CD that came with this collection, which are pretty good. It's got a lot of weird sounds that it does with the DS that aren't really replicated in Squeak Squad or Superstar Ultra. It's like the way they filter the bass, like synth, is very unique in this. And they also just, I don't know, the sound font is interesting in this game. But yeah, great stuff. And then Squeak Squad came a year later, which is the first sort of main platformer Kirby game on the DS. And I love this game. This is one of my favorites. I think this is just one of the best Kirby games in general. And it's very underrated because I think people look at DS Kirby games and they think of Superstar Ultra a lot. But like Kirby had a fantastic run on the DS. There are 4 games, and they were all bangers. Because there's Mass Attack, and Superstar Ultra, and Squeak Squad, and Canvas Curse. All just like great bangers. Like a good Kirby spin-off, 2 great Kirby main platformers, and then another like very unique spin-off game. Just kind of wrap it all up. But this one, the main thing is that the enemies are like mice, and DeRoach is like the main villain. So the plot starts with, it's like Kirby is eating a cake. It's kind of one of the most iconic Kirby intros, I guess, because he's eating a cake and then someone steals it and he goes and fucking like beats up DDD because he thinks that King DDD stole it. But in actuality, it's like DeRoach or something. But then it turns out DeRoach didn't even steal it or something. I don't remember. But this had Bubble Kirby, which I love, and he like turns the enemies into bubbles, which is one of the main things of this game. But also you could get the bubbles in general just laying around. And there's also Animal Kirby, which digs into the ground, and there's a few others that are sort of like unique to this game. But another thing is you could do sort of like a light version of what the Kirby 64 had, where you could mix abilities, but it wasn't as thorough. Yeah, there's also the Heavy Kirby, which is kind of like, or Metal Kirby, sorry, which is like Metal Mario sort of, where you like have really heavy physics. Yeah, I really liked it. I didn't use the mixing too much, because you could do things like mix fire and sword to get a flame sword, but that was kind of one of the only really examples in the game of it, because you didn't do stuff too often that mixed the abilities and interacted with the environment that much. But you didn't really need to, because that was only necessary if you wanted to get 100%, which is, I did do 100% in this game, I remember specifically. I went to like a local game store that like had used games, and I bought this in like 2012 or something, like a way after it came out. And I really liked this game, and I 100% it. And I didn't even like need a guide Because usually when I like 100% games, I have to look up how to do some of the things because it's like it'll be convoluted. But you can kind of just figure out everything in this game, like on your own, pretty much. It's just so fun, and I wish they brought back these abilities, Bubble and Animal. Like, hopefully one day they will, but I don't know if they will, because I don't know. There's not too many Kirby abilities that are like unique to a specific game and haven't been brought back, but there are a few. But I mean, even with like, in this game, Return to Dreamland, and like in this collection, there's the Leaf power up, which took them a while to bring back, but I think they did eventually. I don't remember. There's also Water that didn't come back for a few games, because there's also the 3DS games and stuff after this. But yeah, after Squeak Squad, there's a year with no Kirby, and then there was Superstar Ultra in 2008. And I played this like a few years ago, emulated. But it's basically a remake of Kirby Superstar. Let me look at the year. So 2008, and if I go back, Superstar came out in 1996, so that's like 12 years after. But definitely deserved. It's just like phenomenal. I don't know. It's just great. I don't know. And this was I'm trying to think. I guess you could call this like 15-year anniversary. I'm trying to think. 2002 and then 1992. Yeah, I think yeah. This was probably what they had in mind as like 15 years of Kirby. But it's just so fun. I love this game. It's just better than Superstar in like every way, but it doesn't like invalidate Superstar's existence, I feel like. Because it is sort of just a straight up replacement, but I think anyone should like play both games. I don't necessarily know what order you should play them, but I think everyone should play both of them. Because I mean, they're great for a lot of different reasons. The graphics are different, and there's even more games. Because if you go back a little bit into this video, you can see the screen. There's like all the original games, but they added some more. So there's like the Helper game where you play as sort of like the second player characters and do like a boss rush. And then there's Meta Knight, or it's Meta Nightmare Ultra, which is like you play as Meta Knight. And you have like special abilities unique to the touchscreen, and like you get points and stuff. And it's like you're basically speedrunning through the main games. It's so fun. Just this whole thing is so fun, and it's a fantastic package, and they completely knocked it out of the park. And also, a lot of the cutscenes are like fully rendered in 3D. The gameplay is still like 2D pixels and stuff, which is fine. It didn't need to be like 3D. The 3D graphics on the DS were like pretty bad. And most of the games that tried to do them kind of like sucked if they like went fully into it. Because like there's like Phantom Hourglass, like Zelda. It's not a bad game, but I don't like the way the game looks. It's kind of weird and wacky. And like some of the Pokemon games had 3D, but that was more in like the buildings and stuff, like the background stuff, rather than like the main characters or the Pokemon characters or whatever, because those were still represented in 2D graphics. But like, yeah, they have all the minigames back, and there's also new minigames in this Superstar Ultra that involve the touchscreen. It's just great. They did so much with it. It's awesome. Definitely worth playing. Another 10 out of 10 banger. 2009, there was no Kirby game. And then there's 2010, Kirby's Epic Yarn. This was one of the first ones I played, because I sort of got into Kirby around sort of this time, like 2010 through 2012. I think Epic Yarn was the first like Kirby game I played, and then I played Return to Dreamland and Mass Attack, and then I had Dream Collection, and then like after that I had went back and played everything else. But I mean, Dream Collection is a great way to get into Kirby, I think, because it just kind of is like everything of Kirby, and here's like the full roster. I probably shouldn't have looked at that until later, but I mean, getting back into Epic Yarn, they had Goodfield make this game rather than HAL Laboratories, which is people that usually make the Kirby games, and they turned Kirby into a yarn. So it's like the plot starts off, Kirby's like normal, and then through some inciting incident that I forget, he like goes into this yarn world where everything's made of arts and crafts, and it looks really great. And it plays really differently from most Kirby games. It's like a very slow Kirby game, but like in a good way. It's like you really kind of just take in the atmosphere, and it's very easy. This is definitely like the easiest Kirby game ever, and a lot of people kind of complained about it. They're like, oh, this is a baby game, but like they're all baby games. No one cares. It's just fun. And it did a lot of unique things, like right here, Fire Hydrant Kirby and Train Kirby. And they would like use the Wii pointer, and it was kind of annoying, but some of them didn't, and those were more fun, like this rocket ship shmup thing and this dolphin. Dang, I remember these. I haven't played this game in a while, but like all of this is really fun stuff. And like, yeah, I played this back in the Wii, and it has a great soundtrack too. It's like really simplified, a lot of like piano and percussion stuff going on in the soundtrack, but it uses like sort of real instruments at least, or like just good MIDI if it's not real instruments. I don't know, but fantastic stuff. I love this game. This is definitely like a top 5 for me, but mostly out of just bias and like nostalgia. But it is still a great Kirby game. It's one of the better ones. And it's just so cute. There's so much like unique things that go on, and they really take full advantage of being arts and crafts. And it's not in Dreamland, which is the usual setting of Kirby games. It's not like on... I don't think it's on Planet Popstar, because it's on a different planet that you have to re-stitch together, which is the main plot. You go through each section of the world, and you like get the magic string that like attaches the world back into itself. And then after that, you do go to Dreamland, and you go into like Dee Dee's castle, and you on like the Halberd and stuff, which is Meta Knight's like battleship. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's also this like furniture shop. So they give you like a little pad in the game, and you buy furniture items with the gems you collect, which is like the money, and you just kind of decorate a room. I didn't use it that much when I was playing the game, but I mean, it's neat, I guess. But man, I love this game, Kirby's Epic Yarn. It's awesome. And then 2011, we got 2 Kirby games. Mass Attack, which was on the DS, and this was the final DS game, and it was very different. And I played this, but I did not beat it, because I like got stuck at some point. But I did play like at least half of it or something. This is one of the very few games that I like played as a kid, but then I got stuck at some point and I couldn't beat it. And only a few of those I've gone back and beaten. There was a Donkey Kong Country Returns, which I couldn't do as a kid, but then like a few years ago, I was like, you know what, I should play this, and then I did, and it was really good, because that's just a good game. But this game is also pretty good. It's very different, because you use the touchscreen for everything. And the story is that they're like Kirby is just chilling out, and then like some evil wizard guy like splits him into 10 weaker Kirbys. So you have to work together using the touchscreen and all 10 Kirbys in order to like do everything. And it has a lot of unique things that take advantage of this. Like there's this tank, and there's like a blimp level, hot air balloon. And I don't know, you just do a lot with it. It's neat. But the main gameplay kind of boils down to you flicking all 10 Kirbys at like an obstacle, and they like fight it. It's kind of like Pikmin, but like a weird 2D version of Pikmin, which I guess exists because there's Hey Pikmin on the 3DS. But this is very different from that. Like if Hey Pikmin was the same quality as this game, it would probably be a worthy spin-off. But I don't think Hey Pikmin is that great, like as is. But the main thing about this is that there's these mini-games. I love the mini-games in this game. They are some of the best in probably the whole series. Like, if I was just rating all the sub-games of Kirby, like the mini-games included in the mainline games, I would probably put Mass Attacks at the top. There's just so many references, and they're all really fun. This one was like a strategy, like a turn-based kind of RPG, where you like hit a bar at the right time in order to deal attacks. And you would do it. There was just a ton of different attack animations, depending on like how accurate you hit the bar. And also, there's a ton of enemies. Like you're fighting Dark Matter in this in the video that they show. But there's like, this is where they brought back Escargoon from the TV show, and also just a lot of other characters. Like you fight tons of people. It's great. And there's also this one, Star Patrol EOS, which is like kind of bullet hell Toho sort of thing. There's also the pinball one. I like the pinball one as well. It's sort of a reference to like the Kirby, the actual pinball game. Except there's 10 of them, or not necessarily 10, but there's like more balls. Because it's not that you always start with 10 Kirbys, you have to build up to getting 10 Kirbys, which is what the main game is about, and it's also what all these sub-games are sort of about. But Star Patrol ES is definitely my favorite of the 3, because there's like, you use the stylus, the little like touch pen, to drag around all the Kirbys, and it was just, I don't know, it was very satisfying to me to play as a kid. Even now, like, it's a great game. What sucked is that you unlock the game sort of like throughout, so you can't just dive right into them. You have to like play the main game before you can play the mini games in this one. And I guess that's true for all of them, or not all. It's true for like some Kirby games, because I know like in Adventure you have to go through the game in order to get to the mini games, but like in Kirby 64 you could just open the game and go to the menu and play the sub games, if I remember correctly. But then there's also Kirby's Return to Dreamland, which was sort of like a big triumphant return, I guess, even though the game hadn't really... There was a big gap in like Kirby stuff, I guess, because it did come after 2 spin-offs, but the game right before that was Superstar Ultra, which was already sort of like, here's Kirby again and he's great. But this is Kirby on the big screen. This is like the first mainline console Kirby game, and it has 4-player multiplayer for the first time, or not necessarily for the first time, because the Game Boy Advance games had them, but this was like local couch multiplayer, and it was much more fleshed out and much more convenient because you could just do it on one system rather than on the Game Boy Advance where you needed like 4 systems. But man, I love this game. This is definitely like a top 5 Kirby. This is a 10 out of 10. It's one of the greatest ever. It's just phenomenal. The music is great. The story is great. They have this character Magalore, and the plot is basically that his ship like crashes, and you have to collect all the pieces of the ship, which come from another dimension, because Magalore's from another dimension, which is a thing that was introduced in this game and is only like elaborated upon in future Kirby games. They don't really go into it much here, except in sort of the final areas. But it's kind of just like space, but it's just Kirby. You're on Popstar, you do all this, it's fun platforming. They introduced the water ability and the leaf abilities, and there's also, they revamped like pretty much every ability. You could do so many moves. If you go into the menu when you get a copy ability, you can see like you can do so many things with it, and it's great. And like the 4 players, you could be 4 Kirbys, or you can be just any combination of things, because they added Bandana Waddle-Dee, which has like basically the spear power up, and then Meta Knight, which is sort of a combination of wing and sword, and there's DDD, which like is basically just hammer. But I mean, they all play differently, and they're all super fun. And it's just a great game. And there's also the super abilities, which is kind of a gimmick pretty much. It's not necessarily a fundamental part of the game, but they do like treat it like a really big aspect of it. And what I really liked about the super abilities is that each time you use them, they are in a different context. So there's like the hammer and the sword and beam and like fire and stuff. But like the first time you get sword, you're just chopping up like big chunks of land. But then the next time you get it, it's like you're chopping up ropes that let down platforms to do stuff. So like each time you get the super abilities, they do something different that is related to the level specifically, which is really cool. Had to drink water there. There's also all these sub games which really focused on the Wii's like motion aiming and stuff. I didn't play too much of these sub games. I don't think they're that great. The laser one where you fight like robots is kind of cool, but it's pretty hard, because the amount of mistakes you can make is very like not that lenient. But like, I don't know, it's fun. It would probably be easier with more players, because I never got to play this one with multiple people. But I did play the main story with some friends, and I remember specifically when I had this game, I didn't like buy it, I rented it, but I did have enough time to beat it because I like rented it for like a week from this like game store. And I remember one time I brought it to a friend's house, and because the way the Wii works is that like the game data is saved on the console rather than on the CD, and I brought it to a friend's house, and like all the data was deleted, and I was like crying because like, no, my Kirby save. But I was just stupid, and then I brought it back home and I was like, oh, it's fine actually. I don't know, that's just a little anecdote, but like, this is a fantastic game. I could go on about this one. I might just play this one in a separate video, because it's just so good. It also introduced the whip ability, but that one is like brought back in future games. That one's sort of my least favorite of the new abilities, but they still do a lot with it. I think water is just, it's one of the most iconic Kirby abilities at this point, and Leaf is also just phenomenal. But yeah, also this iteration of ninja is very much so different, because it's like a different kind of ninja. I mean, it's the same moves and stuff, but rather than being like ancient Japan kind of ninja, it's more like anime Naruto looking ninja character. But yeah, I don't know. This game is great. It's got lots of fun, lots of hours of fun. It's great. I wish I could have like bought it back in the day, and I did replay it, and like 100% it, but I didn't get to 100% back in the day because I only had it for so long, because I just wasn't able to buy as many games, and my mom was like, "Yeah, we gotta rent this one." I was like, "No, I want to buy it." But I mean, the renting was so cheap, and it's like you got it for a whole week, so I was like, we're chilling. But that's every single game except for here Dream Collection, which is the game that's being played right now. So after 20 years of Kirby, 1992 until today, every single Kirby game that has been released so far. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh shit, wait. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 22, including this one. And there's even more way after this, because this was 10 years ago. Right now is like 30 years of Kirby. And there's this fantastic video. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but I will play it just to talk about it. These songs were included on the CD that came with this game, but this is like an arrangement of Green Greens and Gourmet Race. And it's like orchestrated and fully played by real people. And this is like, I don't know, it's really special to me because I saw this as a kid. I was like, what? Real people play the music in the video game? And that like definitely inspired a lot of what I do today and have done throughout my life, as well as just the CD in general and like Kirby in general. Was like, because I mentioned before, I listened to Kirby music as I went to sleep like most of the nights as a kid. And I would like hum along to the Kirby songs, like even when I wasn't there. Like when I was in school, I'd be in like the school gym just waiting for like class to start, and I'd be like, da, 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 and I was just like humming the Kirby songs. And I feel like that might have been part of how I developed like a good sense of like pitch in my ears or something. Because I would just do it like all the time. And then I would play the games and I would hum along too while I was playing, and it was like, sort of affirming what I was listening to. Because I do have like perfect pitch, which is like a music thing. But this is just a great video. I love this arrangement, and I love this video and the fact that they included it in here. But this is just sort of the cherry on top of this whole game, which is just, I think this is one of the greatest anniversary collections for any video game. Because like if you compare this to the Mario 35th anniversary game collection, which I do own, that's like nothing compared to this, because that just came with 3 games, and granted they are great games, and then it came with like the soundtracks of each games within the game itself, not as like a CD or anything, which isn't terrible, but it's like, man, it was so basic compared to this, which is like the history of Kirby in this like uniquely designed timeline thing that includes box art and trailers for each game. On top of that, it came with 6 games, and the booklet, and the CD, and 3 episodes of the TV show. It's just crazy how much they put in here. But yeah, that's the timeline. So that's everything Kirby. And also there's these challenge stages, which I'm not going to play in this video. They are, like, they're in the Return to Dreamland engine, but they made sort of, like, extra challenge stages you can play, which are fun, that they kind of explore each ability and how to use them and stuff. But also I am going to go back into this timeline for just a moment. It's like, so yeah, this is 2012, 20 years. So after this, my memory isn't exact of like when the games came out, but there's Triple Deluxe, which is another great game. It's on the 3DS. And Planet Robobot, which was 2016. I do remember that one specifically, and that was another great one. But there's also a lot of spin-offs happened in that time because they started utilizing the 3DS eShop and the Wii U eShop and the Switch a bit more. There's Kirby Rainbow Curse on the Wii U. There was never a full mainline Kirby platformer on the Wii U, except for that, which is a spin-off. And then Star Allies on the Switch in 2018, which got DLC later, and I think that game is pretty good, but the DLC definitely carried it into being a mediocre Kirby game to a pretty solid, great one. There's also Kirby Fighters 2. There's Kirby Clash, or Kirby Super Clash or whatever it's called, which was a weird sort of RPG-esque fighting game, kinda. It's hard to explain, but I did beat both of those, the one on the 3DS and the one on the Switch. They're really fun, but they're really different, and they have in-game purchases, but you can forego those entirely if you play them right. And the way I played them was you have to avoid buying items in those games until very late into them in order to have enough apples saved up to get you through the rest of the game, because there's a lot of, you can do a third of the game's fights without needing to buy upgrades to your gear, because you get some of the gem apples, which are the premium currency, through regular gameplay, so you can kind of avoid having to spend money on it. So I basically played both of those games for free, which is great. And but now, in a week from now, Kirby and the Forgotten Land comes out, which is fantastic. First fully 3D platformer Kirby game. But yeah, now let's get into the classic title. This is it came with Kirby's Dreamland, Kirby's Adventure, Kirby's Dreamland 2, Kirby's Superstar, Kirby's Dreamland 3, and Kirby 64. And the only thing is, I kind of wish it came with more, but I mean, I understand why it didn't, because this is already 6 ROMs of a game in a game that has other things in it that take up a lot of space. But I almost wish that they I don't know. I wouldn't want to not have these games be in this collection, because I feel they're all integral to understanding classic Kirby, as well as the history of it. But if I had to replace any, maybe Dreamland 2, not because it's bad, because I think it's sort of a bit redundant when you also have Dreamland and Adventure, so it's very similar to those. Because I think you could replace that and maybe add I don't know, Amazing Mirror or something to the end of this, because it only spans the first I don't know, 9-ish years of Kirby, or no, this is the first 8 years of Kirby. But I mean, I think through all of the extracurricular things that are in this game, they very equally represent a lot of Kirby. But Kirby's Dreamland 3, right now, right here, right now, we're getting into it. The video game. So I get to play a video game now, which is fun, because I've just been kind of rambling over nothing for an hour. Oh yeah, the Wii menu. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to show the intro cutscene or not, because I have played this on this ROM. Okay, it is. So this is sort of the intro. It's the most vague intro out of any Kirby game, because I remember seeing this as a kid, and I didn't really understand what was going on, because it's just a bunch of pictures. But I kind of got the gist of it, which is that Kirby's chilling, and then some crazy shit happens, which is sort of the plot of most Kirby games. But also it sort of brings you right into this comic book sort of thing, and it's the whole game has this vibe where it's hand-drawn, but it's pixelated because it's on the Super Nintendo. But they give everything a sort of weird shaded aspect to where it looks as if someone could have drawn these on a piece of paper with crayons or something. And it's great. I really like how this game looks. But yeah, there's Dark Matter, and then these Dream Friends, or no, that's what they're called later. These are just Kirby's friends, I guess. But yeah, from left to right, we have Ku, Pitch, Choo Choo, Rick, Gooey, Nago, and Kine. So let's get into this. I'm a middle save file kind of guy. Let me see his options. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're good. Okay. Let's stop messing around and let's start the video. Okay, yeah. Another thing is Kirby games usually start with an introduction Or not usually. Sometimes they do. They have this like, so it's like level 1 grassland. And I love these cutscenes. Some Kirby games have them, some of them don't. I hope Forgotten Land has them because I think they're great. But yeah, this is one of the more slow Kirby games. Because I mean, you still run, you can still be kind of fast, but you're not as fast as you are in most other Kirby games. So you still swallow dudes and you can spit them out. You can still swallow things. It's all the same like controls in most Kirby games. And there's also those stars. So at the bottom, there's like a star counter. And once it gets all the way full, you get like an extra life. This is the first copy ability. We have Cutter. And what sucks about this Cutter is that you can't manipulate the trajectory of it. I think they only have that in like Superstar and some of the other games. It's like a sort of standard of the modern Kirby games. But what I'm talking about is that with the Cutter, you throw it. And if you press up or down, in like most other Kirby games, you can change it direct. Oh, wait, shit, you can? Oh, shit. I actually didn't even know that. Okay, never mind. Can I make it go down, though? No, okay, you can only make it go up. You can't make it go down, which is fair. Because, I mean, you don't have to make it go down that often, but sometimes you do. But dang, actually, I literally just didn't know you could do that. Let me see where this door goes. But yeah, I haven't played this one in a while. But I'm definitely going with Nago. Nago is my favorite out of all the friends. I forgot how to get him. No, shit. Let me, okay, that's pausing. There we go, okay. I have like the buttons all mapped kind of weird. Because I'm playing this actually on the PS5 controller. This is a Wii ROM. It's very elaborate. But yeah, with Nago, you don't get to infinitely fly anymore. You only get like a double jump, which is kind of pretty much all you need. And each subsequent jump is shorter than the last one. With Kine, it's like you just get a single jump, which I think is not enough, because often I end up like falling off with him. And he's fun. I like some of his combinations, but I don't know. I'm definitely going with Nago, because like, I love all of Nago's like combinations of the abilities the most, out of like all of them. But yeah, also another thing I love is that they just like, the animations for everything is just great, because it's like you roll around like a little ball. And if I think it's like electricity or something, or spark, I guess what they call it. You get like, you roll around or something. I don't remember how it works, but it's just great. I love all the little cute details in this. If I remember, yeah, you can jump on the enemies too. And I always liked using Nago because you could like bounce off the enemies and like combo into them. Yeah, but man, it's just I love this game so much. This Cutter is kind of bad here because it's like you shoot in a up diagonal direction, but it's not that bad because I mean it's fine. All the other like combinations of Nago are definitely like better. This is like the worst one. It's like the worst example of it. Like Umbrella, if I remember, yeah, you bounce downwards. This is a great one. I love this one. I love this game so much. I love this Umbrella. Oh my god, it's just coming back to me. But yeah, I loved Pogo bouncing on this. This was great, and also like, I don't know, it's phenomenal. It's just what more could you ask out of like a video game? Yeah, right here you get a 1-up. So there's these blocks that you destroy by having different abilities, because I can't destroy these with the Umbrella, so I have to go and get like Spark in order to do it. But yeah, see, like you roll around, he has static friction with the electricity. It's like so creative, and the more you hold it, the more you hold the charge. So you kind of just destroy all the enemies in your path for a bit. Oh shit, I fucked it up. It's whatever, but like, yeah, I don't know. Just Kirby on the yarn, man. Or not the yarn, on the electricity. This was how electricity worked in some of the later games, which it's like you would build up a charge and then you could hold it. In like Return to Dreamland, it's like really overpowered kind of. But I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I think Spark is kind of one of the lesser Kirby abilities until later on. Oh yeah, and I have to not destroy these flowers. I don't remember the task at each level, but basically in each level there's like a task you have to do. It's like Among Us. there's these flowers. You have to not step on any of the flowers in order to get like the secret star or whatever. But it's like each level has one of these where it's very unique to each level, and you get it over time. And if you collect every single one, you get like the secret ending. But I never got that as a kid. I don't think I've ever gotten it in general, and I'm definitely not doing it right now. Oh shit! I almost hit that one. But usually it's not that hard to do most of the things. But see, if you do it right here, yeah. So I succeeded at not killing his flower friends, and then he gives me a star. And this is at the end of each level. So if you fail at the thing, they don't give you the star. And the problem is that some of them like aren't very obvious, and that was why I like failed at most of them. There's also this bonus game at the end. I suck at this one specifically. Most of them just kind of boil down to hitting a button. That one is like you have to time it right in order to get a certain trajectory to hit like a certain thing that you want. But this is one of my favorites of the abilities is Broom on Nago, because you just like stampede stuff. You roll around like this. There's also Rock. Oh yeah, I forgot what you smash like a rock. It's just so good. It's great. I love this. But I'm definitely going with Broom here because I love how Broom works in this. Another thing is at the bottom is the health, which is the little orange squares. And it's pretty lenient. I mean, most Kirby games are lenient on the health, but this is probably one of the more lenient ones on health. Like, you can get hit a lot of times before you die. Oh yeah, fire's pretty good too. You spit out these, like, little things. As you can see, I got enough stars to where I get extra life. And here's Pitch and Choo Choo. All, like, I'll get off. Hold on. Let me get this ability back. I'll go with Choo Choo, which has you have like infinite jumps, but they kind of decay over time. So you start like falling if you do a bunch of jumps. And oh yeah, she has fire, but I think it's if you press up. If I remember correctly. No. Okay, there was some ability where she like would inflate like a balloon. I don't know if it was this one or not. But yeah, I might go with Pitch. Oh, that's great. Wait, can I control him? Oh, no, okay. It's like a boomerang. You throw him around. I forget what most of them are, but I love Pitch, too. I think I'm going to go with Pitch. But it's just such a good system. Like, I think they really refined how the friends work in this game. It's just so much fun. It's fantastic. And there's this guy. I don't know what you do with him. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this specific character. But I'm definitely going to be trying to collect some stars because I'm like not the greatest at this. And like get a few lives built up. I forgot what the rock does. Oh shit, that's awesome. Whoa, you bounce? Fuck. That's great. Dang. Yeah. I mean, that's super slow though, but I mean, that's just fun. But that's just another part of this game. It's very atmospheric. Like, you have fun with this. It's not like you have to speed run it and go as fast as possible. Like most Kirby games, they kind of want you to like run really fast and do a lot. Oh shit, that's great too. I love this one. I haven't even like explored each combination of ability with each friend. So this one is completely new to me. But yeah, I mean that's just part of how this game is replayable because you can do this and then you just you get more abilities and shit. Also, the flying with Pitch is kind of weird because he like holds you, so you have to like spam the button to go up. It's pretty slow. Because like you could just run through this whole game and it wouldn't matter that much. But like, I don't know, why do that when you can not? See, it's like he's sad here. I don't know why he's sad. Like I didn't hurt him in any way. I don't know. Oh shit, I did the exact same thing at the end game. Yeah, if I remember correctly, like, this game starts out pretty easy, but it gets hard later, and I'm definitely gonna, like, die here, probably. Yeah. But it's fine, because you come back. I got, like, 5 lives. I'm good. And if you die, you lose your current friend, which is kind of what forces you to choose a new guy. But I think, like, right here, there's gonna be new ones anyways. I remember the song, too. I love this specific song. There's, like, 3 different songs you can get with the friends, and this is the best one, I think, at least. Yeah. Oh, shit. Shit. I want the ability. I might pick Ku right here. Oh, yeah. That's a great one. Lightning, and it, like, strikes the ground like that. Yeah. Because with Ku, you can kind of just fly over everything. You can sort of ignore the level. And this is definitely my preferred friend in Dreamland 2, because you can go really fast through it. Because, I mean, it is a fast game, but, like, you can really just breeze through everything with this guy. And, like, I think in a lot of the cases, they give you 2 friends to pick from each. Or actually, sometimes they give you 3 options. But most of the time, they give you 2 options. And it seems like the way they designed this game is that they intended for there to be a correct option and then, like, a less correct option. But none of them are, like, wrong necessarily. But, like, I feel like this is definitely the sort of easier option that they have for you. I don't even know what this guy is doing right now. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I completely forgot about this. But, yeah, this is, like, kind of part of why you have to replay it. Okay. I don't remember what is in the middle because I saw it at first. I'm gonna guess it. Oh, shit. I was completely wrong. Yeah. So he's like, no. He's like, fuck you. I think you have to do that multiple times. I think this guy comes back. I completely forgot about that. Oh, my God. But, like, I remember this sequence, too, specifically. This is a great sequence. Because all these guys, like, come down. And it's, like, I don't know. I just liked how they did that part. But there's just so much to unpack with this game. But, I mean, as I was saying, like, they design... It's like one friend in certain situations feels wrong, but in other situations it kind of feels, like, right. And, I mean, it's just based on the level design. I think there's a lot of sort of subtle level design in this. And you see at the end, he's like, fuck you. So I think it's, like, the lower you go. Yeah, you go more farther if you go more lower. And I definitely wouldn't have died if I had picked up, like, any health from that in previous rounds. Yeah, well, let me move for a second. In real life. What's up here? Oh, it's just a block. There's not too many, like, hidden secrets in here, because there's no collectibles. It's just game. But yeah, also I love this song specifically. It's playing Grassland 4 right now, which is one of my favorite songs in all of Kirby. And they actually did bring this song back in Star Allies. I think it's like Planet Mistine or something like that. It was a great remix. But a lot of the music in Star Allies kind of sounds like it's in like MIDI or something. It's very strange, like the audio quality. Oh shit, fuck it, bats. Damn. Wait, where's this door go? I think this is more friends, right? Yeah, let's go. Also, when you pick one friend, the other ones like have reactions, which is really funny. I got like a huge kick out of that as a kid. Definitely, I would go Nago, but I mean, actually, yeah, I'm going Nago. I'm crazy. I have to go with him. He's my favorite. Look at him. He reminds me a lot of like Hamtaro, which is like this like hamster from like a anime that probably no one watching this even knows about, or maybe some people do. I don't even know how popular it was necessarily, but it was like it's like hamsters and shit, like all little cute hamster TV show. But I had like DVDs of that as a kid, and it was like, it was kind of good, but I mean it was kind of just like whatever. It was like very basic show with the it's I don't remember much about it actually. I do remember a specific bit in Hamtaro where it was a floppy disk, And I mean, they called it a floppy disk, but I, like, as a kid, I didn't know what a floppy disk was, and I was like, that's not a floppy disk. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? And then later I was like, oh, that is a floppy disk. I'm just stupid, and I thought they were wrong about that one. I'm definitely getting my ass kicked at this boss fight. I forgot how this one worked until, yeah. Some of the boss fights are kind of just easier to, like, do without an ability than with them, because a lot of the abilities are very short range, which is sort of a good balance fix, because, I don't know. Oh, shit. What? Monkey? I don't know if that's right or not. Maybe it is. Maybe I was supposed to get that. I think maybe I am, because there's, like, a little girl at the end of this level, if I remember correctly. So I don't think I did that as a kid, like, that whole boss fight thing. But, like, the boss fights in this game, I don't know, they're very interesting, because they're also very slow, because, like, everything in this game is slow, but it's, like, not slow in an unfun way. It's, like, slow in a way that, like, you take in the atmosphere of the game. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. But it's just great. You get to really chill and experience this game. I think it's a very mindless game. You can, like, play and talk along with this game pretty well. I'm kind of doing a not amazing job at it, but yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. But, like, yeah, shit, I was talking about Hamtaro and fucking floppy disks. It's just so weird to me. Like, I don't know. That show has, like, uncanny vibes in my mind. Because it's just, I don't know, it's associated with a weird time in my life. Like, my mom would go to the, like, store and buy these, like, CDs of shows. And I was like, what even is this? And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Hamtaro was one of the better ones. I remember a lot of things. It was a store called Hastings. I don't know if people even know that, or if it was, like, a chain, or if it was, like, just a single store or something. But it was great, because I would go into it, and it had, like, all the cool stuff. It was like Amazon in real life. But then Amazon came around, so then no one wanted to go to Hastings anymore, and people would just go in there and look at all the things and not buy anything, and they closed. And that is definitely the store that I'm most sad at it, like, having closed. Because, like, there's Toys R Us, which is, like, yeah, that was a good store, that, like, a Fallen Titan or whatever, but, like, I don't know, Hastings is personal to me. Because, see, like, I don't know if I've even gotten 4 of these, like, collectibles, or there's, oh, shit, no, there's 4 of these, I've only gotten 2 of them. I'm definitely not getting, like, the good ending in this. Shit. Oh, fuck. I fucked it up. Let me, I don't know. I'll get a better ability in a moment. Yeah, I want Broom. And there is no mixing in this game. So, when you swallow 2 enemies that have the same copy ability, what usually happens in most Kirby games is that it'll, like, randomize, and then it'll just give you a random power-up. There's none of that in this game. But I mean, it's made up for with all the friend combinations and stuff. Also, another thing about this level specifically is that there's these logs. And they are really cool, I think. But yeah, I just love how sad Ku is that you didn't pick him. I was like, oh my god. I'm sorry, but I like Nago so much that I'm not picking you. I think there's more in this store. I think that's what's going on. So they give you, actually, yeah, this is like a whole, yeah, this is like one of the situations where they give you 3 options. But I'm not picking any of these guys. But yeah, I don't know. I like these logs. It's just like a forest. It adds to the whole vibe. The color palettes are just great in this. I don't know if there's even anything over here or not. Yeah, no, there's nothing. But yeah, I was just saying Hastings. It's a great store. Or it was at least until it got canceled or whatever. It's because it didn't sell. I think really what happened is people would just walk into it and they would be like, "Wow, that's a cool collectible nerd thing," and I'm not buying it. Because I mean, it wasn't that it was expensive. It was just that it was like you didn't really need like a mug that had Sonic on it, but I did, so I bought it when it was on clearance. Because they had a huge clearance sale. I had like a Gengar Pokemon shirt and like a Sonic like cup collection. I had a lot of great things from that. But also in general, because that was where I would buy my video games. Because like most people would be like, oh, I'd go to GameStop to buy games. I was like, no, GameStop sucks. Let's go to Hastings and buy a video game. Or even like Walmart. I would go to Walmart sometimes, but like Hastings was where it's at. And it was great because it wasn't just video games. They also had like books. Oh shit! I should have picked like Kine or Kine's the fish. I should have picked Kine because it was a girl fish, but I don't care. I'm not doing all these side missions. But fucking man, stores. I just lost my train of thought. Shit. Hastings, man. Let me see what the needle does. Oh shit, yeah, Kirby Dungeon is like this creepy ass blob and shoots at needles. What? But man, stores, like, I don't know. I like online stores and I still use them. I use them way more now than I did like back in the day. But like, I just have a sort of sentimental, like, sort of, I guess, backwards, like, I love real stores and I want to walk into a place and see all cool things. And there's some of that in where I am now, because I'm in Boston in college, and there's a lot of places around in Boston with just a bunch of nerd shit, which is neat. There's like a manga anime thing, but Hastings had like all of it in one place, and it was like sort of just a regular store to me as a kid, because I would just go there all the time. I'd be like, yo, we're already at like KFC, let's go to Hastings or Wendy's or whatever, you know. It was in the right spot at the right time to make my childhood awesome. Because, like, my dad was into games, but he was into sort of different games. Because he played Nintendo as a kid, but then when the PlayStation came out, my dad chose PlayStation over, like, Nintendo 64. And actually, I don't even know, or he might have had, shit, I'm trying to think of what systems he had as a kid. Because I kind of know the vague timeline of what my dad played. I think he did have a Super Nintendo, but he never played Nintendo 64 games. So, like, whenever I would talk about, like, Ocarina of Time, because I played the 3DS remake of Ocarina of Time, like, when that came out on the 3DS, my dad was like, what are you talking about? Because, like, he liked Zelda, because he loved, like, original NES Zelda, but he didn't get into Ocarina of Time. And he also played, like, Twilight Princess, because we had a Wii, and that was how I played a Wii, through my dad, like, having a Wii. But I never, like, I don't know. We played very different games as kids, because I like stuck to Nintendo through most of my childhood, and I kind of got into indie games when I had a PC, because my dad got me a PC, and he had one as a kid, but it was like very different, because he, like, when PCs were around in my dad's time, he would play like fucking World of Warcraft and like shit like that. I had a PC, I was playing like fucking Spore or some shit. Spore's great. I love that game. And there's so much I could go into with this. But like, I don't know. It was just great because Hastings had like everything for everyone. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I collected that. I guess there's probably a few more of those, if I remember correctly. I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm like totally ambivalent right now. I'm just walking around this Kirby world. Because there's a lot of one block like entrances going on, and I have like a 2 block tall character that doesn't let me, so I have to like exit for a moment and then come back into the character. Okay, now I'm definitely going in the right direction, but actually let me go back because I gotta get that. I see that shit. But yeah, okay, recollecting the train of thought. So I was talking about Hastings and like stores, because I love all this stuff, because I would go there and get my games, but also occasionally I would get like cool things, because I do remember like there was books there too. Oh yes, I was gonna go into fucking like books, because there's in the corner of the Hastings store there was this like giant plastic, or not like plastic, it was like sort of like tree. Okay, it was a tree, and it was like kind of plasticky. I don't know how to describe it, what it was made out of, but like it was a fake tree in the place. But in the tree specifically, that was like the kid book zone, so they had all the books there, but specifically the kids books, because the way it was arranged was you walked in and there was video games on like the right. You go to the left, there's like adult books and like CDs and stuff and other things. They had like a lot of general electronics. I wasn't like too into those as a kid, but I did get like a lot of the books, because what they had is it wasn't just normal books for normal people. They had mangas for people that liked those. But I didn't get into any like normal ones. I got into specifically like the video game ones. So I had like Legend of Zelda, like Four Swords, the manga as a kid, and like Ocarina of Time, or no, it was Majora's Mask. I had that one, and they're all really great. I love all these like video game mangas. Specifically, what I had that I remember is Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Adventures. And as a kid, I never played Diamond and Pearl. I emulated it like very recently, within the past few months, and had like played it that way. And it's a great game, but specifically this series, because it has this, it's very different from like normal Pokemon games. Because there's this character called like Hareta. You're probably butchering that name, but like I don't know. He's very relatable character, I guess, because he was like he was like kind of feral, because he was like literally a kid that was like from the wilderness, and he could like talk to Pokemon pretty much. And I don't know. I just always liked that idea that was like, oh, this kid like is like a animal child, and he fucking talks to Pokemon, and he's like really bonded with them. Like he would fight with the Pokemon. Like I remember specifically, he had like a Regigigas, and it was like anytime, or no, he had that, but also he had like a Piplup or some shit. And anytime he used Surf, he would like, yeah, I'm gonna surf with the Pokemon, and I just thought that was the coolest shit ever. And so when I was like playing Pokemon Black and White, I was like imagining that in my head. I was like, yeah, I would surf with my like Samurott in real life. Like, I would get on that wave and get fucking dastardly and dirty. Yeah, okay, there's definitely a third block I have to acquire to make this little clown guy happy. But yeah, I loved that series as a kid, because it was basically just a retelling of the plot of Diamond and Pearl, but they included, like, I don't know, that character, and there's also some others, but it was a lot of just, like, the normal characters in the game, but that was, like, the main character, and that was the main guy. I was like, yes, I love this guy. Yeah, I have the worst ability for this fight. Okay. If I had known, I would have picked something else. But yeah, this is the Wispy Woods fight. I think this is kind of one of the weaker Wispy Woods fights, because they don't do too much that's unique with it. I mean, there's unique fruits that he throws out, but it's not that cool, and it's not that fun compared to other Wispy Woods fights. Because, I mean, it's still good, but it's just, like, very basic, because you kill him, and then he runs around, which is neat, but, like, I don't know. I don't like this one too much compared to, like, every other Kirby game. Oh shit, yeah, I'm totally fucking this up. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna wait, yeah. Oh yeah, I almost got him. It's all chill. Yeah, I think he dies here, yeah. We got it. So that's the first world beaten. There's like 5 worlds, and then there's something after that, I think. I think it's just final boss stuff. So yeah, that's like a fifth of the game pretty much. But I was saying Diamond and Pearl Adventure. So as a kid, I collected them completely out of order. I got the 5th book first. I remember that. I don't remember the order after that. I think I got like the last one actually. So there's 8 books in total. I collected them. It was like 5 and then 8 and like then 3, 4, 6, 1, 7 or some shit like that. It was like completely out of order. So I just experienced the story like totally out of order, but which is fine, because I mean, you kind of want to experience it in order, but it's not like, it's not insane, because it's like fucking Pokemon at the end of the day. It is a great story. It's great. I recommend that series of mangas, but that's probably a very basic recommendation, because it's like fucking Pokemon. Because I'm into anime, but on like a very surface level, because I like Neon Genesis Evangelion, but I'm like a normie. I watched it when it came on Netflix, rather than like in the 90s on the TV or whatever. But I mean, there wasn't really a way for me to watch that one. I don't even know what compelled me to watch it, because I just saw it and I was like, oh yeah, robots, let's watch this shit. And then it turned out to be like the craziest shit ever, which was great. But I like that show. I like Attack on Titan a lot. That has become one of my favorite shows recently. I'm super into it. I only got into it like 2 years ago, because my friends were like begging me to watch it. So this was when Season 4 Part 1 was coming out. I was like catching up, and I caught up just in time to catch like the final few episodes of Part 1, and then I had to wait a year, which is sort of nothing compared to what actual OG fans had to wait for, because Season 1 came out in 2013, and then it was a whole whopping like 4 years before the rest of the show came out. I don't know what to do here. I heard the noise that is like you have to do something here to get the little secret friends thing, but like I have no idea. Let me hold on. I gotta sit up. But as I was saying, okay, sorry for that. Attack on Titan, man, it's great. Like if you were to watch any anime, like any single anime from this list, I would tell you to watch Attack on Titan. Oh shit! Wait. Okay, the first one was in the middle. These two little leaf things are like on the sides. I don't know what that means, but I guess I'm probably gonna have to remember that or something. I don't know. Putting that into note. But Attack on Titan, one of the greatest shows of all time. I always say that. And I think it's true. I have like episode or manga like number 20 or something. That's the only one I have. Eventually, I kind of want to buy like the whole series, but like, I don't know. I'm waiting until the final episodes of the anime come out to sort of judge whether or not I'm gonna buy it, because everyone is saying the ending like sucks ass. This is the worst thing ever. But like, I really don't know, and I'm sort of lenient on endings that are bad. Like, the ending of How I Met Your Mother, everyone hates that one, but I actually really like the ending of that show. And stuff like... Yeah, there you go, I died right there. And, like, what is it, Lost, that TV series? The ending of that show, everyone hates that ending too, but I like the ending of Lost. And I'm definitely in the minority of that one. I was surprised to read online. I was like, what? People hate the ending of Lost? But it's, like, pretty good. I don't know, it didn't need to be that crazy. It's very vague and weird. Like, I get that. I understand why people hate it. But I guess I just, like, I don't know. I'm like, as long as it ended the way it was intended to end and not for some kind of goofy reason, then I'm fine with it. Because I hate when stuff gets canceled. Like, there's a show, OKKO, on, like, Cartoon Network. I think it's really good. The ending is pretty good, too. But, like, the thing is, they were, like, notified. Like, yeah, we're canceling the show. But they got, like, news of that when they started the production of season 3. So they were able to sort of recoup their losses and be able to quickly wrap up the plot. But they definitely wanted to have like way more OKKO like seasons and episodes and stuff, which really sucks. But I mean, oh shit, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. So this flower's like angry at me, but I don't know why. There's no water ability in this game. So my first instinct is to water the plant, but I don't know. Someone out there knows and is, yeah. But like, I don't know, like, I'm not that crazy about like endings in shows where people are like, oh, this ending sucks. Usually I like the ending, but I mean, it might be different in Attack on Titan because everyone's like really hammering in like that this ending made the whole show pointless. But I don't really know what the ending is because I just haven't. I'm only watching the anime. There was a certain point where I was like, okay, I'm gonna read it, and then I started reading it and then I stopped. I was like, no, I can't read it. I just have to see it live in action because I mean, it's a great manga, but it's so much better like in motion. But that's sort of the only like anime that I'm really into like fully. There's a lot that I've tried. Like I tried Naruto. I like the intro song of the first season of Naruto, or I think it's like the outro. It's like called Wind by Akaboshi. That song really hit me. Because I don't know. I was a little dumb, edgy nerd kid. And I was really into that kind of shit. But I didn't like Naruto somehow. I was just like, nah, this is not that. This is not for me. But yeah, definitely they want you to choose the fish here, right? Because we're about to enter a water level. They're gonna be crazy. Because see what I mean? They like, this is water. They totally want you to choose Kine over Choo Choo here. But some players might want to choose Choo Choo, so that it's like, yeah, it's sort of a puzzle, but it's not like, you don't really suffer that much for choosing the wrong answer. But like, I tried watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I like the song, like the opening song for that, but I'm not too into the show in general. I don't know why. I think I like the premise, but I don't know. Like anime, I'm just not too into most animes. Some of it has to do with like dubs versus subs. I hate a lot of the voice acting in dubs, like especially with like high-pitched characters that are annoying, like they like squeal a lot. It's just very weird and annoying to watch, and it's kind of uncomfortable. But that's why I like Attack on Titan so much, because there isn't that much of that. Like, it's kind of not a thing at all. And another thing is that animes often get, like, over-sexualized. I'm not really into that either. So usually, if a show, like, starts over-sexualizing the characters, I'm kind of like, yeah, this shit sucks. I don't want to watch it anymore. I definitely have to have umbrella for this guy, or parasol. But it's like fucking, I did watch Sword Art Online, like back in like 13 or whenever it came out on Netflix. And I liked it at first, but he's like too overpowered. The main guy is like Kirito or whatever. Because I remember this specific scene where he's like, yo, I have this like potion set up to where I don't die. And they kept hitting him and he like didn't die. It's just so stupid. It's goofy as fuck. Because it's such a good premise. And they like fumbled that bag so hard. I'm like, how could you have possibly fumbled that bag so hard? It was like, they could have just made it a good show. They didn't. I should have gotten another power, actually. I'm gonna, like, go over here and get this cutter power. Shit, let me jump out of the water. There we go. I'm dumb. Oh, it's, like, the same almost as fire. Fuck. I wanted to have something different that, like, did something else. It's fine. But, yeah, like, Sword Art Online, I liked it at first. But especially when they went into, like, the fairy, like, arc or whatever, when it was, like, a fairy show, I was not into that at all. And also the gun thing, I like the concept of it being guns. But in like one of the first episodes, they have this like weird scene where there's like a sniper and they're like, look at this sniper girl's ass. And I'm like, bro, I'm like 14. I don't care. And that was kind of the point at which specifically when I stopped watching it. I also like this cutter on Rick because you shoot out Kirby as like a boomerang. And then you get to run around as Rick on your own, which is really fun. Oh, can I jump onto the... There we go. Oh, shit, yeah, there's, like, nothing up here. See, I guess I have to swim. Fucking... I love the songs in this game, bro. But, yeah, Sword Art Online sucks. Fucking... What other animes are, like, have I watched at all? I guess... Okay. So a lot of people kind of don't consider Avatar: The Last Airbender to be an anime. I personally, I consider anime to be the art style rather than it just being specifically it's from Japan. So I would count Avatar: The Last Airbender as an anime, even though it's like a show that, okay, I have to remember where he is. This eel guy. I'm looking, I'm watching this character. I know where you are. You're in this one. Yes! I'm so good at this. I think I messed this up as a kid because I was like confused. I think I just literally didn't get what he was doing. But I mean, it's obvious now what he's doing. But yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender, phenomenal show. It's probably one of the greatest TV shows of all time. And under my description of it being an anime, I think it is one of the greatest anime ever. It's just so perfectly crafted. I always use it as an example of a thing I love in TV shows where they know where they're going from the start. And I think something like Attack on Titan has a lot of that. I don't know if it's gonna like destroy that with the ending or not, but like so far it really seems like they like knew what they were doing from the start. And the same is very obviously true for Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like they knew, I can just tell from the start they knew like this is gonna be a show with 3 seasons and they're called books and they all lead up to the final one. This is great. Oh shit, this is an auto scroll section. But like I don't know, it's just so awesome. And I watched it as a kid. I'm not a normie in this case because a lot of people like got introduced to the show when it got like put on Netflix, and I'm not one of those. I watched it originally back in like 2000, I don't know, like 8 or some shit. I was like 7. I was really into it. So I had this like mini DVD player that was portable. So on road trips, I would watch Avatar: The Last Airbender because I had the full box set. My parents bought me the full box set, and my dad watched it too. He was into it. It's just a great show, man. Like it's everything about it is just like it's perfectly executed in every way, and the premise is just so awesome. Shit. Okay, there we go. I'm bad at getting out of the water in this game. Apparently, I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, give me that shit. Yeah, you can tell the background music is different depending on whether or not you got the star. Yeah, that one's like not that bad. It's just a memory game. But there are so many of the little like stars that I just didn't know how to get because there's no like dialogue necessarily in this game. It doesn't need dialogue, and most Kirby games don't have that much dialogue. But it's just like very convoluted. And I wish they kind of made it clear in some aspects. But in other ways, it's like, it's fine. These guys. Oh, shit. I remember how this works now. Yeah, I have to, like, swallow them. Yeah. What is... Okay. Actually, that's not great. I don't really want that. Let's see what this does. Oh, that's not very great either. Okay, what does Broom do with Rick? I'm just kind of testing out what these guys do. Oh. Ah! It's whatever. I don't know. I don't really care. Bro, I'm trying to get the star. I don't know. I give up. Oh, it's because the waterfall. That's why I'm not going up. Okay. But I was just talking about after our last Thunderbird, freaking phenomenal show. Freaking. Man, I'm talking like Peter Griffin out here. But like Aang is awesome, and it's like the whole show. I don't know how to even explain it or go into it at all, but because it's such a big can of worms to open. It's just that show. It's great. Everything about it is great. I don't know what am I doing? Did I get stuck in Kirby? Oh shit! There's a door here. But yeah, that's probably one of my favorite of what I would call an anime. But other things, I just haven't watched too many. Like, I haven't watched JoJo's or like Bleach or anything, or Berserk or like whatever. All the shows that people normally watch. I definitely want to go into that middle door and get kind. This is a water level. Yeah. Another thing about Kirby is the water. In this game, it's kind of bad, but in most Kirby games. I mean, with Kind, it's not that bad. But the thing is, water in Kirby is, like, abnormally fast compared to most Kirby games. Oh, shit, the electricity, like, lights up the place. That's so awesome. So these are, like, fake door enemies, which I don't remember if they show up in, like, future games or not. I'm just gonna kill this one, because oh, wait, shit, what? What is this door, then? Because that's a fake door. Does it just bring you back to start? Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, no, it brings you somewhere else. That's definitely a secret door, then, that when I skipped. Dang, that's crazy. Oh, wait, shit. I don't care about this. It's fine. It's just a health thing. But yeah, I just haven't watched a ton of animes. Eventually, I want to get around to them, but, like... Fuck. That was a complete mess of words right there. I want to get around to some of them. But... I just haven't. I don't know. Maybe in the future I will, but some of them I don't think I would like. I definitely will not ever watch, like, My Hero Academia. That show, I cannot stand the people that like the show. And I usually separate, like, the people that watch the show compared to the show itself, but I just cannot. It's too goofy looking. I don't like the whole idea of it. And it seems like it has some of that sort of, like, sexualized stuff that I'm not into, and, like, the high-pitched squealing characters in anime that I'm like, these are very... I sound like a boomer right now talking about anime like this. Oh, at the top of the screen, for a brief moment, if you go back, you can see Kirby, and he's like, but it's like a copy of Kirby. I forgot what he's called, but he's like called something special, and this is like a unique Kirby that isn't very often seen. Shit, I don't know what to do here. I definitely need one of the abilities that shoots up or something like that to get this, like, fire, or to get the frog or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what to do in most of the cases of these levels. Yeah, I'm getting rid of this. Okay. But, what was I on to? Oh, yeah, fucking My Hero Academia. Yeah, my ass Academia, alright? I do not like that show. And there are very few things where I've watched the show, or not even just watched the show, like, where there's some things where I have, like, seen the thing before the fan base got to it. My greatest example, the one I'm most proud of, actually, is definitely Undertale. I had a Steam gift card in, like, 2015. Yeah. It was, like, $100 on Christmas. Yeah, so I have to get the baby frog for this guy. Anyways, I had a Steam gift card. It was $100. And I was just, like, buying a bunch of games. A lot of them, I don't even remember what the other ones were, but Undertale was one of them where I just saw it on Steam, and I was like, dang, this looks cool. And I'm so glad I did, because if I had not bought that game, like, on that day, at that time, I don't even know. Like, I don't know what my perception of video games would be today, because that is such an influential, like, all-time classic game. It's one of the games of all time. It's great. I love that game. I've played all 3 endings of Undertale. But I don't know. And other things, kind of like, I don't know, Rick and Morty, I watched sort of separate to the fan base, because like I had watched seasons 1 and 2. My friend showed me them like a long time ago. It was like 2015 or some shit. But then like in season 3, I remember specifically I pirated that show because I didn't have access to Adult Swim. So I would watch it like online. I would wait until 1 a.m. on the Sundays, and I would go to this pirate website, and they would have the episode like an hour after it came out on Adult Swim. And I would just be sitting in the bathroom waiting, because it was like I had a bedtime or whatever. It was, my parents were like, "Hey, go to fucking sleep." Then I'd just go to the bathroom and I'd watch Rick and Morty for 20 minutes. I'd be like, shit, good episode. So I remember specifically watching fucking Pickle Rick in the bathroom at like 1 a.m. And it was a good episode, I guess. But I mean, I remember specifically just like the experience of Pickle Rick before the whole fucking everyone went nuts and everyone lost their minds. People suck. But man, I don't know. There's a lot of things like that I could go into. But I was still talking about fucking animes. One I have been watching recently is Samurai Champloo. I think that's one of the greatest freaking shows ever. Man, I don't know why I'm saying freaking, because I have sworn. I'm not against swearing. I think I'm digging into some childhood right now, so I'm going into the freakins. But fucking Samurai Champloo, it's so good. Because it's like Samurai Beats. It's this guy, I don't know how to say his name. It's like Nujabes or some shit. But, I love him. I guess he's dead, apparently. I don't know any of the context of how he died or anything. But, man, he has phenomenal music. I love his music. I'm definitely going to die here. But, in this level, in Kirby. But it's so good. I highly recommend Samurai Champloo if you've not watched it. Because it's just straight up samurai, but it's like got that kind of Adult Swim early 2000s edge. It's just a great show. Oh, thank God. I had like a Maxim tomato appear right there. The clutch not dying moment. But man, I love that show. And it's like very similar to Cowboy Bebop in terms of the vibes, but I have not watched Cowboy Bebop yet, so I need to get around to that too. But it's in like my Funimation watch list. And something I mentioned earlier that I have watched is Hamtaro, which is a very strange show to have watched, but I mean, I guess it makes sense as early 2000s kid, I guess. But another show that's kind of like that, at least in the vibes for me. Like, when I think of Hamtaro, I also think of Sergeant Frog, which is like, so there's these 5 frogs, and they're actually aliens. I don't know why it's called Sergeant Frogs. They don't really look like frogs, except for the green one, who is like the main character, kind of. I guess they're technically frog-like, I don't know. But basically, they're like goofy aliens, and they suck at like conquering the Earth. It's kind of like Invader Zim, but there's 5 of them. And I remember there's a fart joke in like the 2nd episode. Because like the first 5 episodes like introduce each character. And but I don't remember much after that. I did watch like the whole show, because it was all on Netflix at some point. And I watched at least all of it that was on Netflix, you know. I don't remember much about it other than I did like it, but also it was very edgy. So I was in like, my dad was not like religious, but my mom was. So I was like half restricted in the things I did. But usually it was kind of my own accord. Because like my dad would be like, yo, check out this game with blood in it. And then I would be uncomfortable because of being raised in a religious setting and being like, no, I can't, that's sinful. I can't play this video game with blood in it. I gotta go play fucking Mario Galaxy instead. And I don't know, I think it's a very interesting lens in terms of myself. I don't know how many other people have a similar experience where it's like one parent is religious and the other one isn't and wants you to kind of not be. And I guess my dad won in the end, because I definitely am not religious right now. Sorry, fellas. But I don't think that the type of things he's into necessarily affected what I'm into, because I still like fucking love goofy ass Nintendo games, but I also love, you know, stuff with like swears and blood in it, like adult shit. But I mean, like, I don't know, my dad's like really into it. I think he really it's like, I'll probably have to have a pitch for this guy right here, like the green bird. But my dad's into like, he's a lot into fantasy things, like Game of Thrones and stuff. And I guess World of Warcraft. He's never talked about World of Warcraft to me, but he has it. He's talked to me about like Diablo and lots of other games, like God of War and shit. He loves that kind of stuff. Oh my god, this is one of the most beautiful backgrounds of this game. I totally forgot about this one. Just that whole landscape. Sorry, but anyways, my dad, man. Because he's into video games too. But I have been on this earlier. It's very different. I just think it's interesting to look at what he's into compared to what I'm into. I'm definitely going to pitch right here because I want to fly over all this sand because this sand is gonna slow me down. Actually, maybe not. This is a slow flying bird. I should have not done that. Oh my god, this is terrible. Oh my god, what? Oh shit. Okay. Fuck it. Oh my god. Also, some of the copy abilities are not in this game. If I remember correctly, I don't think Sword is in this game. And I don't think Bomb is in this game. I might be mistaken on Sword. But Bomb is definitely, like, not in this game at all. But they do have this one over here, which is, like, cleaning. And they brought this back in Star Allies, but they did it in a kind of neat way, because they have this in Star Allies, like the bucket throwing thing, and they sort of combine the Kirby Dreamland 3 Dream Friends into bucket, or into like broom or whatever in that game. But there was a long time in which they did not have the sweeping ability. But man, oh yeah, I have to choose 2 different paths here. I don't even know. Okay, lucky I got it right the first time. Going with the middle one. Oh shit, yeah, no, that's wrong. There's a door though. There's a reset door probably. Oh, what? It's a completely different place. What the fuck? What's going on? Okay, yeah, it's just bringing me back here. So I gotta do this all again. I have to remember. So it's the top one and then the bottom one. Because I saw it from the corner of my screen. And then, like, I don't know, maybe it's the top one? Or no, it already was. Okay, maybe it's the second one. Yeah, I got it. I like little pattern things like that. But they're not very great game design. I just like them because I'm stupid. I don't know. But yeah, I think, like, I played a lot of sort of basic games as a kid, but I feel like my experience with those is kind of different to some people. I don't know, because I feel like I had a different view of games than most people did growing up. Because, like, very early on, I was like, yeah, games are art, but I feel like a lot of kids weren't necessarily thinking about, like, the artistic merit of video games. But I was, like, 10, and I was like, yeah, like, Kirby's Dreamland 3 is a great piece of art or whatever. And I, like, really valued that, and I would want to, like, respect games in a way like that. And I think the Dream Collection sort of put that idea in my head of, like, yeah, there is, like, a level of artistry behind this. Oh shit, I want you. Yeah, I love the little feather duster thing that he does. Well, I'm gonna get a sip of water. I have a gigantic bottle of water. What was I saying? Yeah, like I don't know. So that, like, was part of my experience of some games. But also, like, I was kind of stupid sometimes. So I had, like, the internet. And I feel like some people didn't, and some people did growing up, and that kind of changes a lot of it. Like, the amount of restrictions that I had as a kid were very weird, and I think they have created the person I am today in a lot of ways. Because, like, I couldn't swear, and I wouldn't even want to swear, because I was, like, I had those sort of morals in my head. But at the same time, I had complete unrestricted access to the internet. So I saw a lot of, you know, like, it's not safe for work things in general, and I would see videos where people would swear and be like, yeah, that's funny. Or, like, you know, the accidental seeing a pornographic thing or whatever. But, like, I don't know. I don't think a lot of people were raised in the way I was, because I just had a very unique set of parents. Because my dad is kind of just a unique, weird guy. Or not necessarily, I don't think my dad's weird, but he's very different than most parents in terms of the way he thinks about the whole thing. And my mom is from Peru, so she just kind of, like, has this complete, it's like not typical American parenting style. And she just lived a completely different life, and I just like wasn't fully aware of it for a decent amount of time. Because I mean, I understood she's from a different country, but that never really processed in my head until like I had taken a vacation to Peru, and then I was like, oh shit, yeah, my mom was like born way before like my dad was even, and me, and like had a completely different childhood in like the 60s, and I was just like, what the heck? Oh shit. I'm ass at this boss fight. But see what I mean? I think a lot of these boss fights, it's easier to just do it without an ability. Because, I don't know. I usually don't end up having one of the projectile abilities when I'm at a boss fight. But when I do, it makes the boss fight way easier. Because I can just shoot projectiles at it. But a lot of the, like, abilities are like, oh shit, yeah, I should, like, do this. Yeah. Shit, I'm dying here. I remember this boss fight being hard as a kid. Like it's also coming in now. Oh my god, this is annoying. This whale guy. Shit. Okay, yeah. My bad. Okay, I need to get an ability or something. I don't know what to do. Whatever. Doesn't matter that much. I think you can get a rock here actually, if I remember correctly. Because he flies into here, and if okay, no, I just wasted a rock. But you have to, like, projectile throw some of the things back at him. It's so strange. It's very weird. But my mom, like, just completely different childhood from me. And even my dad, because he was just a white guy. I accidentally said where I'm from. I'm editing this out right now. Okay, fucking doxed myself, I guess. I might edit that out from where I'm from. In the 80s. If I remember to edit out shit. The consequences of my actions. I don't know. Because I shouldn't say too much about myself. I don't think saying, like, sort of anecdotal personal things about yourself is necessarily a problem in terms of internet privacy. But definitely, like, where I lived is something I should not be saying. But anyways, he's a white guy in the 80s. Or no, in the 90s, my bad. And, like, I don't know, it's very different lifestyles that collided and created me, and I had a completely crazy lifestyle going on. Or no, my dad was born in the 80s. I'm stupid. His teenage years were in the 90s. I'm an idiot. But yeah, I don't know. Because I hear most people talk about, like, their childhoods, and I'm like, that's cool, but it's like, dang, I was such a weirdo. And I definitely was in school. I was a terrible person, actually. Oh shit, the flowers. Oh wait, no. Hold on. If I remember correctly, I think this is the opposite. I think you step on these flowers, and you don't step on the mushrooms. Yes, okay. I'm correct. Yeah, so there's these mushrooms. You don't step on the mushrooms. You do step on the flowers, because it's like they hate each other or whatever. That's like the thing of this level. Yeah. Oh my god. But like, I was talking about childhoods, and like having to recollect my train of thought a lot on this. I didn't know how good I would be at talking, so I definitely have a lot to say. And it's kind of all coming out completely out of order, because I definitely have been on different tangents that have like overlapped each other, and like overtaken my general train of thought and conversation here. But I don't think it matters. I think it's going fine so far. Hopefully the people like this video. This isn't really for anyone. My idea behind this was that I wanted to make a video that people could just put on while they are like, oh shit, I totally missed hitting that guy. But I don't want to make a video that people could just kind of put on in the background. But also it's kind of more just for me, because I wanted to make a video of gaming and just kind of talk about things. Actually, I don't know if I'm going with him or not. It's fine. Pitch is fine. I like Pitch conceptually, but I think a lot of his abilities revolve around like throwing him, but in like a way that is inconvenient. And this one is fine, the fire, but so like the one where it's electricity and you have to control where he goes but be stationary is such a weird ability. that it just kind of almost doesn't even make sense. It's like, why? Because you can't be stationary in Kirby. You're always moving. Even in this game, you're slow, but you're still moving. It's strange. I don't know. Some of them are hit or miss, but it's mostly hits. And I do love a good hit. That sounds like drugs. I don't do drugs. Fucking. But I don't know. I just think the way I thought about things made me who I am, because I am like at a pretty cool college doing music stuff, and I don't know. It's very awesome. And then, oh yeah, I was talking about like elementary school and shit, because I was like a terrible person in elementary, and I got bullied a ton, and I definitely deserved a lot of it. I don't think very many people deserve to be bullied. I think I definitely did. If I did not get bullied, I would be a way less person for it. Because like, I was like, oh yeah, like being a dumbass, sometimes bad, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. You gotta learn when to like be dumb, and when to like, you know, I don't know, I guess like be serious or whatever. They definitely wanted you to do this with the rock. I don't know. I wish this rock bouncing thing was faster. Because I remember in 3rd grade, I think the only word I said in 3rd grade at school was Pokemon. Because I was like, that was when I was super into it. And I remember everyone getting angry at me in school because I would constantly talk about it. And literally, I would just walk around being like, yeah, Pokemon. Like, I don't know why. Because it's fucking cringe as hell. You gotta accept the cringe parts of yourself in order to be based. But there's that. And like, I don't know, there's a lot of things. Because my childhood was kind of whack. So I would get bullied for shit. I remember one time in like 8th grade, this dude punched me because I bumped into him, and he was like my friend. And I bumped into him, and he dropped his phone. And one, he thought I did it on purpose, which I actually didn't. And like he realized kind of immediately after that it wasn't on purpose. And then also it was like he thought his phone broke, which it didn't. So he kind of just, in essence, punched me for no reason. But I mean, he didn't know at the time. He thought there was good reasoning, which I mean is kind of fair. But also, why did you didn't have to like punch me? And then I didn't even like really do anything. I just kind of ran from the situation. I just like started walking and didn't stop until I hit the nurse's office, and I was like, yeah, can I get like a ice pack for this shit, because it kind of hurts. That was like the one and only time I gotten punched. I think I needed it, but like also that one wasn't at a time when I needed to get punched. Is he gonna give me the thing? Yes, I got the star. It's kind of like a heart and the star, because it like transforms a bit. It's got a cool animation. But like, there's definitely worse, or like, that's not even like a thing that was my fault. There is definitely situations where I should have gotten punched, but I totally didn't, like as a kid. But I don't know. Growing up and learning how to live was pretty whack and kind of hard. But I mean, eventually, I mean, I'm here now, and I didn't know how far I would necessarily get in my life. There's a lot of shit in general. But also, this is the level that has Gourmet Race in it as the song. And I had heard it here first compared to like Gourmet Race in Superstar. So I just saw this like, oh, it's a super, or it's a, what do you call it? Fucking Dreamland 3 reference. But then I was like, oh no, it's the other way around, kind of. I might be wrong about this. I mean, I don't know. Dreamland 3 shows up later on the timeline than Superstar. So it'd be weird if they were wrong about that in the game. Yeah, oh shit, I forgot about the sand conveyor belts. But yeah, it's a great song. All the songs in this game are great, but this is definitely one that stands out as a great one. But it's a different key also. It's an F minor instead of like C minor. Actually, I'm gonna go with Choo Choo. I haven't done much Choo Choo gameplay. And I like the way she moves. She's like probably second favorite friend to play as, just because of the way the jumps are. And also with Broom, you get to fly around like Kiki's Delivery Service. Another thing, okay, back on the anime thing. I've watched almost all the Ghibli movies. I love like all of them. I've seen, what is it? Oh, of course, Kiki's Delivery Service, because that's the one I just mentioned. I started, okay, Ponyo was the only one I saw as a kid. And I love the shit out of that. That's definitely my favorite, and that is definitely, like, out of a bias. But I mean, it would still be like top 10 if I had to make a more objective tier list of like Ghibli movies. Oh yeah, Chuju also climbs on the ceiling. What? Is there a thing up here? I'm going crazy. Why am I back here? What? I don't know what's going on there. There's probably a secret there I totally just missed out on. Oh, okay. I see what's going on here. Okay, shit. I don't want to die here. There we go. It's a door. Okay. I should have tried it being a door. But now I'm gonna not die because I can get, like, power-ups and stuff. Fuck yeah. Also just realized that if I hadn't mentioned that this was the level with Gourmet Reese in it, no one would be able to tell. Unless they just knew this game by heart already. But yeah, I also heard about Ghibli movies. I love a lot of them. Of course, like Spirited Away, but that's kind of the basic one. I mean, that one is a phenomenal one. It's a good choice if you pick that one as your favorite. But like, I don't know, there's just so many better ones. Like even like Secret World of like Ariete or however you say it, that one's phenomenal. I love that one. Oh shit, okay, it's fine. I can fly up here. I don't, this is definitely not what I'm supposed to be. But that one's great. It's like all the tiny people and all the little like toys and stuff. Oh shit, hold up. I don't know what to do here. I have the cleaning power, if that's what they want me to have. I hope it is, because, I mean, I would like to get the star of this level. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay, yeah, I remember. I have to clean up everything. I definitely did not do this one as a kid. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. And, hopefully I did it right. I don't know if I missed any or not, because I feel like I might have, because there was a sound effect that played when I did that one, but not when I did the other one. So maybe I missed like a tiny speck of it. I hope I didn't, because that would be stupid to have missed. But yeah, Choo Choo with the broom, definitely a top tier combination in this game. If I had to rank all the combinations, there's like a tier list on the website tiermaker.com that is all the enemies in this game. Which, I don't know, that's such a specific thing, because this game has like mostly unique enemies to it. And also I'm surprised I'm not dying yet. I definitely will die in this room, and I'll have to play this room again. Fuck. Hold up. There's definitely gonna be a few breaks of me like sitting between the floor and on like this chair that I'm in. But yeah. Trying to think of more Ghibli movies. Oh, My Neighbor Totoro, bro, I love that one. There's like the little cat, or well, the fucking like cat car bus thing. Phenomenal. I love that shit. The whole movie, it's a great story. They all have good stories, because it's not just good animation, it's like good stories. But I've also seen some of the weirder ones, like Tale of Earthsea. That one's like kind of good. I don't like the plot as much in that one, or like the whole, I guess, concept of it. But I still think it's pretty good, because like the animation is always kind of solid. It's kind of like Disney movies, where it's like sometimes you don't really like the story that much, but the animation is always guaranteed to be good. But except more of the Ghibli movies have good animation. And I remember I had this one like science teacher tell me, or not science, like computer science teacher. He was like, "Yeah, the Ghibli movies are like the Disney of Japan," and it's kind of a stupid nerdy thing to say. And he was definitely a dumb nerdy guy. Like his profile picture on the school website was fucking Rick from Rick and Morty. He was that kind of guy. But I mean, that was kind of the realest shit he said. But also he like put mustard on his Oreos, so I don't fucking trust that guy with anything. Weird as shit. Like one day he pulled out mustard, and he was like, he also pulled out Oreos at the same time. He's like, "Yeah, check this out," and he fucking put the mustard on the Oreos, and I was like, "Yeah, that's the final straw. You suck. I hate you. This is the worst thing ever." I didn't even try it. I just knew it would be awful, because mustard's like fine, and Oreos are great. But you can't put those things together. That's awful. It's just horrendous. But he's kind of a weird guy, and his brother got like arrested for like molesting someone. I never had his brother as like a teacher in school. That was a very strange story to hear, and I guess he like, I don't know, but the guy that I had was his brother, and he didn't do anything bad, but he had the vibe of someone who probably would molest someone, but I don't think he would. He was like a level below that kind of thing. He was definitely in that sort of circle of nerdiness where like if he did do something, I would have been like, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, Ghibli movies are great because I have HBO Max and I've started watching them kind of recently. Oh yeah, these enemies with the skull and stuff. I don't remember if they're only in this game. I think they show up in later games. I'm not entirely sure. Now we're back at Cutter. I'll do a little Cutter action. Might die in this. It's fine. I've been coasted on a good solid 15 lives this whole time. Actually, no, we're doing rock because I can roll down these hills. Yeah. Actually, not entirely. I don't know. Kirby's whack. But yeah, HBO Max, I've been watching all these Ghibli movies. They're pretty good. I love most of them. The only ones, there is Grave of the Fireflies that is not on HBO Max, but I have watched it because I went to like a website and I pirated that shit and I watched it like that. I don't know what door to go through. Are these like friends? Do I get friends here? Oh shit, yeah, I do. I'm going with Choo Choo. Okay, that's actually a good rock power up. I like that one. But I'm also gonna die here, and then I won't have any power-ups, and I'll have nothing again, because I have 1 health. That's a situation in this game a lot. You have 1 power-up, or you have a 1 like health meter. I don't know. I just end up hitting a lot of enemies, and when you bonk into enemies in Kirby, you lose your health. But I mean, it works out in the end. But like, the only ones I haven't seen are both of the ones with the cat. There's like the Cat Whisper Returns or whatever it's called. I haven't seen either of those because there's like 2 of them. There's like the first one and I guess a sequel that came out later of it. I don't really know how, or like the context. I haven't seen. I think it's called like Ocean Waves or something. But I heard that one kind of sucks anyways, so I might like skip that one entirely. And what is it called? There's some other one I haven't. Oh yeah, the one with the raccoons. It's like Pom Poko or some shit. I haven't watched that one, but every other one I have. I think if I'm not forgetting any, because there's a lot of obscure ones like it's like Tale of Princess something or other, and it's like a different animation style entirely, or a different art style. I mean, that one is really good. I like that one a lot. It's like a classic sort of Japanese kind of folklore tale, but it's like really good sort of. It's like made to look like kind of ink art. I don't know exactly how they did it, but it's great. Oh shit, lava. And a fire monster. Damn. But yeah, I love Ghibli movies. That's probably the most like anime kind of thing I've seen, because they're just kind of like kids movies, but in anime. They're not like, they have none of the things I hate in anime, and they have everything I love in anime, which is like when it's cool and awesome and like fantastical, and not when it's like fan service and annoying characters and stuff. The newest Ghibli it's like Earwig and the Witch. That one kind of sucks, and it's in 3D like CGI animation. Oh shit, what am I doing? Oh crap. Okay, I think there was like 3. Oh no, there was 4. Oh no, I was counting the ones that there weren't. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't know what I was doing. I was not on my A game for that. But too bad, I'm not redoing it, so it'd suffer. But man, fucking movies, man. I was like kind of a super movie snob for a while. I like fell down this, I guess it's a pipeline, but it's not really like a pipeline like you would think of it, of like just movie reviewers. There was like this guy, I Hate Everything, and Ralph the Movie Maker, and Your Movie Sucks, and they had this podcast called Sardonicast. I used to like listen to podcasts a lot, and oh shit, there he is again, the fucking Kirby clone. The thing is, you're never in a situation where you could hit him, but he always fucking shows up. It's so weird. I don't know what the deal is with him, and he's never explained. The like Kirby clone that walks around in this game. It's just kind of creepy, but it's not really creepy. It's just kind of goofy looking. I don't know what's up with it. Supposedly, I think the lore implication is that those are failed recreations of Kirby by dark matter, and they're just kind of walking around aimlessly. But I don't know, because Gooey is from this game. Gooey is a piece of dark matter. Dark matter is like the bad guy, pretty much, and is what makes up most of the enemies. But also there was like Star Warriors that aren't in any Kirby game, and they're sort of like pre-Kirby, and Kirby's like the final one, I think, or something like that. Or no. I think it's like Meta Knight is the final one, and he guides Kirby in like some of the earlier games by fighting him, and he gives him the sword to fight. So he's like trying to teach him sort of like ethics and principles through that like one-on-one combat. But also Kirby's just kind of naturally inclined for good because of the way he was born or whatever, or who he is. I don't know how it works. There's a lot of Kirby lore that I don't really know, so I'm kind of just talking shit out of my ass. But also, I'm like mostly right, so it's whatever. Oh shit, ice. Yeah, I think this is the first instance of ice in this game, but ice shows up a lot. Maybe there is sword. I don't know. I'm not remembering if there's sword or not. If there is, it shows up fairly late in this game. But I don't remember there being like a sword hat or anything. I mean, most of the abilities in this game don't have like a hat that comes with them, which is strange because, or actually, it's not that strange. Because in Superstar they all had hats. In Adventure they did not. This was the only game kind of in between those, sort of. Or in like Dreamland 2 they didn't have hats either. So it was. Let me see what the ice does. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's a good use of ice. But with the I remember I would always go into these and like test what the ice did, or what the ability did. I like that he cranks him, but I don't like this ability. If I can get out of here, dumb bird. What was Rick do? Oh shit, that's cool. It's like a fucking snowman. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna not go. The jetpack ice thing. Fucking jetpack joyride. I remember playing that shit as a kid. Because again, I had like an iPad, or no, I didn't. Okay, I had this like tablet that was not an iPad for a while. It was like a Toshiba tablet or some shit. Then later on, I did get an iPad, but like for a majority of my childhood, I had the fucking Toshiba tablet or whatever it is. It was like some, I don't know if it's like Android or what the fuck it was, but it was like a off-brand thing. And that was like how I viewed the internet, and I had YouTube and stuff. And then like on my iPad is when I got like social media. That was like middle school and like most of high school. But I did have an iPhone at some point, and then like, I don't remember. The timeline of mobile devices is weird. I'm kind of not into, I mean, I'm like, I have social media and I use it a lot now. But as a kid, I was kind of against it because I was like, I'd rather play a video game. And now I still kind of see that as true. But also I spend like hours a day on like fucking TikTok. And I wish I didn't, but also TikTok's funny, so I don't care. So I think that's the trade-off of 2022. Oh shit, I'm dying. Yeah, the fucking spikes. But what was I on? I was on Ghibli movies and shit. I was on something. I wanted to make another point. I wanted to keep talking about it. But I don't know, man. Movies are good. Oh yeah, okay. Movies in general. That was it. Okay. The Sardana cast, and I like used to listen to the podcast. So, I was like those guys specifically. There were some other YouTube reviewers that I watched, but it was mainly those three. They would review movies, and then that kind of got me into this thing of like, oh yeah, like movies are good, and I want to like be a nerd about movies and be really pretentious about it. And that's why Wes Anderson is my favorite director still today, because I kind of got into him because of them, sorta. I've watched like a decent amount of his movies, not every single one. Probably Moonrise Kingdom is still my favorite one of his, but Isle of Dogs is pretty close contender. I don't know. A lot of people seem to not like that one as much, but I think it's a great one. Oh shit, I'm in the water now. What the fuck? But yeah, Wes Anderson makes great movies. I love his cinematography, not because it's like, you know, I'm not like pretentious about it necessarily, because I think I like a lot of things that people would consider to be things that are like you like them because you're pretentious. but because of stupid reasons. I just like fucking colors and movement, and Wes Anderson does a lot of colors and movement, man. It's very colorful movies, and he moves the camera in really satisfying ways. And I'm just like, yes, I like how that looked. Yes. It's just intrinsically satisfying to me. I don't know. On like a very like basic level. And his storytelling is pretty good too. He kind of like tells and shows, because the thing you do in like stories is there's like show, or it's like they say like show don't tell or whatever. Wes Anderson kind of is like both at the same time. He'll like show you the thing, but then he will also simultaneously tell you about the thing in like a character describing the plot or whatever. Here's another instance of a boss being better to fight without an ability, because the fucking ability is like wacko and short range, because like Needle sucks in this game. This is one of the worst iterations of Needle in Kirby. Needle's kind of low tier Kirby ability, but I think in Return to Dreamland onwards they kind of made it better, because they added the thing where you can like you can shake the Wii remote and also press like some buttons to like make it what do you call it, fucking, it's like it shoots out the spikes, and that's a really good use for it. And also they had like a dash attack in that game, and if they had like some of that in this game it'd be better. But this is like one single use Kirby abilities, which is fair, because it's kind of slow anyways. This is a very basic Kirby formula, and early on they had like only single button, single attack abilities. And then later on, in like Superstar and onwards, they had more abilities where you could do more things with them. And they would have like different attacks if you're in the air, on the ground, or like for different situations. And I think both systems work well. It just kind of depends on the game and what it's going for. Because Superstar definitely wanted to have more fast-paced action. And having abilities that could do different things like lends itself well to that. And it's really thorough, surprisingly, for being like a Super Nintendo game. Shit, yeah. Fucking Brato Bart. Actually, I'm gonna get some rock. Rock is kind of bad in this game too, just because of like the physics of rock. It's like too heavy compared to how well it slides on the slopes. So you just jump and crush things. It's not that great. It's like I can't even roll down this part. I mean, usually you wouldn't be able to. But like there, it's like I want to roll all the way down. But it's whatever. But I think the difference in mechanics of Kirby over time is very interesting. It's weird how these sprites have outlines on them, but most of the other sprites in this game don't. This is one of the very few examples of where they like completely pop out of the art style compared to everything else. Also gonna be sitting again. Give me a moment. Okay, it's like I sit one way, it's a little uncomfortable, and I sit another way, it's kind of equally as a bit uncomfortable. I don't know what the what do you call it, the best setup for this is, because I actually like took out drawers in my dorm room, and then I put my computer in that space, and I'm like sitting on like a smaller chair rather than in the desk chair, because I think the desk chair is like terrible, and I hate sitting at my desk. Because it's like a rocking chair, but it's just not great. It's like it wobbles and you always get back pain from it. And this is still, the way I'm like sitting now is still a little bit uncomfortable, but it's much less so compared to that whole ordeal. I hope I don't die. Can I at least get a 1-up? Okay, I saved myself with the rock there. There's no block in this game either. Superstar has a block, I think. Some of the later Kirby games have like a block ability where you can, or not like a copy ability, it's just part of Kirby's fucking normal moveset where you can block things. Okay, I saw healing. I'm gonna get this. Yeah, shit. Okay, this is a bad idea. I gotta fall all the way down without any abilities. And now I want ice, because I like ice. I like that he turns blue. Some of the games he just naturally turns blue, but this one he doesn't, and it's like only when you use the ice you turn blue. I think also sometimes when you get fire you turn like a sort of tanner, reddish kind of color, but in this one you don't either. Like Kirby never changes when he has a copy ability, physically, in terms of appearance. But in some of the later games he does, because he gets hats, which are very nice. And I like that in Forgotten Land, which is the new game coming out in the week on Switch, they have added like evolved versions of copy abilities, which is what they're calling it, which is like upgraded sort of. They kind of had a similar thing in some of the spin-offs, like Team Kirby Clash or whatever. Do I have to go in the door? Probably. Oh no, it's friends. I want Choo Choo. Oh shit, it's snowballs. That's fucking awesome. That's so cool. Damn. But yeah, it's like evolved copy abilities in the later games where you what do you call it? Like you I guess you upgrade them over time. I don't know exactly how it works 'cause I don't have the game yet. But I'm so excited to play. It's gonna be it's freaking great. Shit, yeah. I will definitely die like a bit more often as the levels go on. Because, I mean, it doesn't get insanely hard. It just kind of gets to where I take more damage over time. Like, even from that. Like, I probably just shouldn't be so forward about it. I just keep getting hit by bullshit. But it's kind of like, it is my fault. Because I hate in games when it's not my fault. A lot of, like, Sonic games, mainly in the 2D ones. A little bit in the 3D ones, but not, like, nearly as much. You get hit by something, and it's like, damn, I didn't see that shit coming. But, like, I think in Kirby, almost every time you get hit, it's like, that was my fault. I should have just been, like, a little more careful, or like, a little more paying attention, or whatever. Oh, wait. I have to grab a specific ability to do this. Because the right side is broom, this side is, like, fire, yeah. Yeah, okay, my bad. Broom is right here. I can just get broom off the bat. There might be a bit more as it's going on. I don't necessarily need this. But I mean, it's like power-ups and shit. Shit, I don't know how to hit these right. I love the song in this game. Dun, 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 dun. I shouldn't like be singing along. It's like instinctually I want to like hum along to the song, but also I'm like talking for a video. So I can't get those stars. I'm gonna get fire and do the other side. Oh my god. Okay, this is just as stupid. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Crap, I don't want to hit the table too hard too many times. That was an accident. Because it definitely picks up in the audio. Yeah, hopefully the recording is still going well, but I don't care. Even if this doesn't come out as like a full video, I'm fine with it just being a partial video or like a video I don't even get to upload at all. But that would suck because I mean I spent hours doing this. But I think it's fine. I'll probably check like at the very end or something. Because I mean again, this is more for me than for any specific audience. But also I like videos on YouTube where you can just put it on in the background. I always watched a lot of YouTube, but nowadays I watch probably more than I have like ever. It's kind of over time I've been watching more and more. And most of what I watch is just like videos either of people playing a video game or people talking about a video game. But back in the day, as I was talking earlier about like movie stuff and being like a nerd about movies. So it was the Sardana cast full of those three guys, and they would talk about movies. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think they're like wrong or anything. But they definitely, like, I think I might have, like, not been as much of a goofy ass about shit if, like, I didn't watch their stuff. Because I think they kind of influenced my way of thinking, but sort of in a negative way, for the worse. But it's not terrible. I don't necessarily, like, hate. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm really getting at, but they're cool. Like, if I met them in person, I'd be like, dang, that's neat. Can I, like, get a picture of you? I haven't met too many celebrities. I met this guy Mono Neon at like a fucking airport, like this winter actually. It's so weird because I passed him and then I was like, wait a minute, is that guy? And then I like realized, I was like, oh my god, he's at the airport because his like name was on his bass guitar case. So I had to like calm myself down and go up to, because I was like fucking shaking. I was like, what? I'm shaking and it's crazy. He's real. And so I had to go take a picture with him. I do have those pictures. It's pretty neat. He's a cool dude. I like his music. Is this Rob? From the Nintendo? I don't know. I don't remember. There's some references. I know that Samus is in one of these levels, and the objective is that you have to like ice the Metroids. I think she's in like one of the later worlds, but I saw the little character on the thing. I don't know if that's Rob or if I'm stupid. I'll see at the end though. Shit, yeah. But man, I don't know. Oh shit, I remember this. There's like a spaceship that you go into, and it's kind of crazy. Or I don't necessarily know if this is meant to be a spaceship or what, but it's just weird. Like, this is like aliens? I don't even know. But yeah. This area specifically, I remember going through as a kid. I'm just like being taken back to the days of being a little idiot child on like the Wii, which is nuts. Time goes by way too fast. What am I doing in this? Do I have to get to the bottom? Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, can I do the thing? Okay, I can at least do that, so I can just like actually get through this way faster. What is at the bottom of all this? The music in this game is also a big part of what makes it so like atmospheric and digestible. But also, I don't know what is going on right now. What am I climbing down to? I don't remember at all. Because I played this game like... I've like played it a few times after, but I've kind of just been like showing people this game a little bit. And then they don't really get past the first world that much. So I haven't been in this area since like I was a kid. Ah, shit, I gotta have some ability that lets me walk through. Okay, the objective is definitely collecting a bunch of robot parts, but I'm not gonna be able to do that. That sucks. Yeah, okay, this is like 8 doors, and there's like a right and wrong door to go through. And I'll figure that out eventually. Creepy faces! Dang. But man, yeah, I've kind of sort of talked myself into a corner. Damn. But yeah, okay, I'm out of the thing now. And there's so much more I could have done in there, but I kind of went out the fast way, I guess. So I'm trying to get... I'm not, like, trying to speed through this, but I'm also not trying to, like, linger on anything for too long. I was only sort of trying to, like, get a lot of the timeline of Kirby, because I wanted to go into that a lot, and the games, and sort of my relation to them. Because I think that's sort of an integral part of it. There's this guy who's on YouTube, but he's also on Twitch, called Grapefruit. And when he plays games, he talks a lot about, like, sort of little tidbits and history about them. And I wish I knew more things about stuff like that so I could go more into that. But, I mean, I know enough about Kirby to sort of, like, talk in that kind of way. Because, I don't know, I really like that. I like being knowledgeable about a thing. But if I played, like, Mario, I wouldn't... I mean, I love Mario, and I know a lot of things about Mario, but I'm not, like, nearly as knowing of Mario as I am of Kirby. I've played less of the total of Mario games than I have of the Kirby games, you know? Oh, yeah, okay, I remember. I have to, like, hit this guy. Yeah, this is a cool boss that they also didn't bring back for a while. Because it was like... Oh, shit, I fucked that up. I forgot, this is Pawn and Con. And they show up in Star Allies again. So I guess Star Allies did have a lot of, like, Dreamland 3 references. But it also had a lot of references to everything. Because Star Allies is sort of just, like, a bit of fan service game. Because it has all the Dream Friends, which are, like, reiterations of... oh, shit, I died. They're, like, reiterations of, like, previous Kirby characters as, like, playable... bosses, or not, fuck, I'm fumbling all these words. As, like, playable characters. So they have, like, Marks in the game, which is the villain of Superstar, and you can play as him, and, like, tons of other guys. But at first, the game didn't have very many. There was only DDD, Bandana Wildie, and Meta Knight, and then, like, a few others throughout, like, when the game came out, which is when I played it, because I bought it when it came out, because I love Kirby, and I want to play all the new Kirby games that come out. But then only later did they add like more, which I think is what made Star Allies like a good game overall. Because when it came out, it was kind of like only barely like a passable Kirby game. But it had DLC, which made it pretty good. Because it not only added tons of more characters, but also tons of more great like music tracks and a lot of other things that were just sort of missing from the whole thing. Oh shit. Okay, it's fine. Okay, I killed the one guy. Shit. Okay. This is actually kind of a hard fight. I didn't remember it being this hard. Probably because I had a power-up and then I could just hit the guy. Where is he coming from? Where is he going? Come on. Cotton Eye Joe. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing good. He's got like a few health bars. I'm chilling. Shit. Oh my god. Shit. Okay. Man. This boss kind of rough. But I'm doing fine. But yeah, it's weird because the next Kirby game that's coming out is a 3D game. It's very ambitious because after Star Allies came out, they were teasing that like the next game in the series was going to be much more ambitious. And I was like, that's definitely the first 3D full-ass Kirby game. And I was totally right on that. And everyone was kind of already thinking that like now it's time for a 3D Kirby game. And I mean, it's kind of long overdue because like it's been 2D for so long, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been like a sort of Mario-esque divide of like 3D and 2D games in the Kirby series. But that's just how it's been. I don't know. And I'm so excited for it and like what it's gonna do to the series. That's World 3. Now we're on level 4. Oh yeah, they're called levels. I remember I would always make a point as a kid that Kirby games called it levels instead of worlds, and then they called what you would normally call a level a stage. And I just thought that was sort of like micro dividing it in a weird way. I don't know. I was like interested by that for some reason. But, you know, as a kid you get fixated on dumbass shit. Oh shit, Broom. I love Broom. Every chance I get, I want Broom. And I also love this song too. But yeah, I was talking about the new Kirby game, Forgotten Land. I'm so excited for it. It comes out in like literally a week. It's like March 15th right now. Or actually not a week. It's like 10 days from now. The next week's like Friday. That's cool. He also has a feather duster. He just fucking pulls it out. But man, like, it's crazy. And I mean, a lot of people, I think people hate Star Allies like too easily, because I think it's a fantastic game. It's so much fun. It's just a lot of replay like hours out of it, because it also has like a helper mode where you can play the whole game, but through like being one of the helper characters. You already know I'm choosing Nago, but it's just like cool, I guess. I don't know. Like, what was I saying? Star Allies, yeah. I don't know. Like it's pretty easy, and it's one of the easier Kirby games because it has this gimmick where it's like you have friends, so it's meant for 4-player multiplayer, but it's like very heavily leaning into that because all of the like gameplay stuff involves like having 4 people play the game at once, and there's a lot of like 4-player specific puzzles, but they aren't really puzzles because they kind of just solve themselves. And most of the places where you need a copy ability to progress give you the copy ability in order to do the thing. But I mean, that was a thing in like Return to Dreamland also. But I don't know. Star Allies just feels more tacky about it. I don't know how to explain it necessarily. Okay, I might die in this, which would suck because this is kind of a longer room. There he is again, the freaking Kirby clone thing, and he's gonna get killed? Question mark? Maybe not. Maybe he escapes. That's crazy. If he was just a little bit slower. Okay, I'm going to Choo Choo here. Actually, no, I'm not going to Choo Choo. I don't like Fire Choo Choo. I'm gonna go with this guy. I'm gonna keep going with Nago. Definitely the most, like in any playthrough of this game, I will definitely choose Nago like more of the time than compared to the other characters. I just think he's my favorite. He's the best one. And also, I'm dying, so I have no character now. Let me get water. Yeah. Shit. Um, but yeah, like, what was I saying? Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know. I'm defending Star Allies here, man. Because, like, I like every Kirby. There's no bad Kirby games. I think people just say, I think people are saying that Star Allies is like bad, not even in general, but just in relation to the rest of the Kirby games, which makes sense and is a fair argument because it is kind of not as good as the rest of the Kirby lineup. But that doesn't make it a bad video game. It's a good video game, so it's fun to play, and it's still got all the satisfying mechanics of Kirby, and it still functions. It's just like kind of easier compared to most of the other ones, which is kind of the only thing. Because I mean, because Kirby is easy, and the point of it is to be easy and everyone can play it. But there is a certain point of like, you know, it also has to be challenging on some level. Like it's not a freebie. You can't just like, because it is, you can't breeze through it, but like you still do things. You're still actively using your brain to play it. And that's not true of Star Allies, but it is a little bit less true. I hope there's not water right here. They can't be giving me water. Okay. But yeah, it's not true of like Star Allies. Oh, that was dumb. I just fell into a hole. I thought there would be more stuff down there. So yeah, I guess I have to go left now, which is weird. Or maybe I'm okay. Well, I mean, this is the only way to go. This is probably the right way. But yeah, I don't know. Like, there are, like, I don't know. Star Allies is good. I think people just didn't give the DLC a chance most of the time, because it did come out like years after. There was a few waves of it. I remember it was like 2019, and like I think it ended in like 2020. And the final wave really added a lot, because they put another dimension back in, which was, I talked about it in the timeline. It was first shown in Return to Dreamland. I think it's referenced in a few of the 3DS games, but that was when it came back and was like a fully explorable area that you could play in, like in normal Kirby platformer terms. Because another dimension in Return to Dreamland is only playable through the end part where you do a shmup with the dragons, like the Landia, like 4 heads. And, oh shit, what? Oh, who? I don't know. Okay, I think I know. My guess is that you get fire, and you have to fire the flowers to make them fire flowers. I think that's what this is a reference to, because they're like charcoal-looking flowers. You probably gotta like inflame them. Because I think there was like a pink flower. That's probably it. But I'm definitely not getting it, so like it's fine. I don't think it's just that you don't have to step on them. I think it's you have to do that and also put them on fire. Yeah, because he's like lit up or whatever, but I only have electricity. I don't have fire. So I think as a kid, I definitely didn't do that, and I also definitely would not have been able to come up with that, just because I was not that smart. I mean, it doesn't take that much brain power to like know that, but also at the same time, it's like I wouldn't have like known, but it's fine. I wish that I could play this game in a way to where I could get the good ending and do all the little tasks, but that'll be for another time, because right now I'm just doing the bullshit. Oh, fuck yeah. Shit. I don't know. Okay. What does Choo Choo with electricity do? Oh, it's lasers. That's neat. Oh, it's like laser from like the other games. What? I didn't even know that. That's neat. Okay. But I'm going with Nago. He does like the furball charge up thing. And I definitely don't like Pitch's use of electricity. But yeah, like, I don't know. Because the thing about Forgotten Land that is kind of weird but makes sense in a way is that there doesn't seem to be that much of a variety of the copy abilities. I don't see as many people talking about that as like I think there should be. Because like, I don't know, there's Tornado, which is nice because Tornado doesn't always show up in every Kirby game, and that's one of my favorite ones. That's just a fun, like you don't have to think about using Tornado. But that's a great one. And it looks like it's going to be super fun. But also it's probably because there's the evolved copy abilities thing. So it's kind of like you get a variety of them without having to have completely new ones. Because there's like Tornado and then there's like a Storm Tornado. And what's neat is they even gave Sleep one. If you look in some of the trailers, there's a Deep Sleep ability. which is like you pull out a full fucking like mattress to sleep, which is hilarious. And that should have just been in Kirby all along, because that's awesome. And I don't know necessarily how I feel about the evolved abilities yet, because I haven't like seen them in practice. And it seems like there's more than one path to the whole thing, because like you don't just get like abilities, you have to like, oh shit, yeah. Sorry, I had to use my brain for a moment, like in a video game. Damn. Oh yeah, fucking evolved abilities. So it's like, there's like the giant sword, but also there's like some other shit. I don't remember it specifically, but I can't think of an example. I did see like an example, and I was like, that's neat. But there's like more than one use case, or I think it's branching paths. That's like the term I'm looking for. There's like definitely branching paths to these like evolved abilities, I think, in some aspect. Maybe not in every single one, but in enough of them to make it like interesting. But I don't know. I'm excited for the game. It looks so fun. And also there's the mouthful mode, which is very hilarious and pretty neat looking. Like you inhale a car, and that's the funniest phrase I've ever heard anyone say. To like, you drive a fucking car, but it's like Kirby swallows his mouth like almost all the way around it, which is goofy. And I never thought they would make him do that. But I mean, it makes perfect sense in retrospect. But people are like, oh, why is he not like swallowing the entire thing on purpose? Well, that's exactly it. Is that it's on purpose and not that he can't do it. He obviously could. Kirby could very well fucking swallow the entire car, but there's obviously, I mean, it's mostly just probably for game design reasons that they wanted to have him do unique things. But also because like, I mean, just look at Kirby, man. He could do it. He swallowed everything. He's the eating guy. He eats everything. And yeah. Did you know Kirby was going to be called Twinkle Popo? That's what they called him in like the design phases. Then Nintendo had like a lawsuit against, I think it was like Universal, because of like King Kong and Donkey Kong. Oh shit! I probably have to have like cutter to cut the balloon, save the bird. God damn. Too bad I don't. Yeah, chicken does it. Fuck you. But yeah, after the lawsuit, the lawyer guy was called Jack Kirby, or maybe it wasn't Jack Kirby. That's the Marvel guy. I don't remember. I think it was like John Kirby or some shit like that. But then they were like, oh, we should name Kirby after this lawyer guy. And he died in like, kind of recently. I think it was like 2016 or something. I don't remember exactly. 2019 maybe. Which is very weird to think about. But yeah. And they just thought it was funny to have like a rough and tough name associated with such a goofy ass character. And I think it fits perfectly, because honestly, because like Kirby isn't, I mean, I guess maybe before Kirby the series of video games was a thing, people might have thought that Kirby was a more intimidating name. But I don't know, I always associate Kirby in the sort of goofy way. I don't think it's like a really mean-spirited name compared, you know, it's like, I don't know, like John or whatever. It's like a boring, normal person name. I can't even imagine anyone being named Kirby, really, besides this fucking video game character, just because of the shit. It's kind of like Mario, I don't know, but Mario's more different, because that's like just a normal Italian name. But like something like Zelda, like there's people that are named Zelda. Robin Williams' daughter is named Zelda. But not many people are named that. I feel like more people in like the fucking medieval ages would be called Zelda than like right now. I don't know, this is a stupid talking point. It's the names of video game characters. But yeah, that's my fun fact of the day. There's a lot of things I know, but then I forget that I know them until something reminds me of them. And I forgot what it was that even had me talking about this. I think I just kind of mentioned it out of nowhere. But something that I was doing made me in my brain think, oh yeah, what about this thing? And then I was like, yeah, I should talk about it. I don't know what this guy's deal is. Oh no, what? Oh god, you kidding me? I don't know. No, 6? Oh no, there was only 5. I was close. I knew there were a lot. Man, that's another like memory one. But the thing is, like, you have to like replay that one in order to get it because of sort of the nature of it. I might actually go back and play more of this game and then do the good ending, because actually I'm realizing that I could actually figure out some like a decent chunk of these puzzles without looking them up online. I don't like having to look up things online. That's why I'm not super into Zelda, because I'm stupid and I can't do most of the dungeons without having to look up what the solution is. Because usually it's something like that you would think of logically in your brain if you think of the game world as like a literal environment, which is very clever game design. But also I'm like dumb, and I don't. I usually am like, what? And I try to do like a video gamey thing. But it's usually like a more dungeony world kind of thing. And one aspect that I heard about of like the original NES Zelda's design that I thought was really neat is that they fucking like I forgot who it was. The guy, like Shigeru Miyamoto or whatever. He was like, I want to make this game so that people will go up to each other and like talk to each other about having played this game, and then tell each other like about secrets that they found. And I thought that was super neat. And there's not that very many games that were built around that sort of thing, because I think also the original Pokemon was sort of, in a way, kind of like that, because they want you to go up to other people that have played the game and like trade and battle and stuff. But that's much more game design like intended, because Zelda, it doesn't really tell you that, and I think not a lot of people really realize that. But like, it makes sense, because it's like, oh yeah, I would talk to someone in the 80s who was also playing this game on their NES console, which is the latest technology, and then like figure out how to beat the dungeon or whatever. And it's such an open game. It's very interesting. But I have not beaten NES Zelda because I'm dumb. And I feel like I don't know, it doesn't really make sense to even like do that anymore, because you have to sort of memorize what to do or just guess enough and be lucky. It's very different to something like Metroid, where you could just play it and you can figure out the sort of little secrets like that on your own without having to have like a real world person. Because I think Zelda was definitely intended to be played communally, but I mean the original one. Not very many of the future Zeldas really had that aspect, because they sort of kind of streamlined it to where you could just play it on your own. But even then, like I couldn't beat Ocarina of Time as a kid. I had to go back now and beat it. Even then, I had to look up how to do stuff, because I was like, I don't know how to beat this dungeon. They're very strange. They're all like so well designed, but I'm just so mad at myself that I can't like appreciate Zelda fully due to it like being like just, I don't know, the way it is, the design of it. It's that I'm just dumb. Also another thing I think is that a lot of people that like Nintendo games and love Nintendo stuff, all these like fucking Nintendo kids and people like that, is that they don't like necessarily play a lot of the games on like other stuff like PlayStation and Xbox. And Xbox sucks. Fuck Xbox. But PlayStation is great. I love PlayStation shit. I love Final Fantasy VII. I love God of War and Little Big Planet and shit like that. I think not a lot of people are into it. Some people are, which is cool. And I mean, there's definitely like millions of people that play those games and have played those games. But I'm talking about specifically people that also primarily love Nintendo shit. Because I think they just kind of ignore it for the most part. Because they're like, I don't know, little babies. But I'm also a little baby, but not as much. In a different way. I don't know, this is also a dumb talking point. But back to what I was saying with fucking Zelda. Like, hold on. I'm getting to the point. Oh yeah, okay. So I was talking about how Pokemon is also sort of communal, but that's like much more integrated into the game itself, and it's very obvious, because you go and like capture the critters and then you trade them and shit. And that's how you get all of them, because they made exclusive ones between each version of the game, and that's just why they made 2 versions of the game in the first place. And I think it's fair in the first one, because it's like, oh yeah, the 2 games. But as it went on, the amount of Pokemon that they put in the games was just so like astronomically like stupid that it was like, why would you even ask anyone to feasibly capture all of these fucking critters? And on top of that, they're not even all available within the game itself, for the most part. Like it eventually became a problem, not just that like you couldn't capture each one in each game because they were exclusives. It became a problem of that you couldn't catch some in the previous generations if you didn't buy the game in the previous generation of Pokemon, which is very bad game design. And I don't like that part of it, because there became a certain point, like, it was kind of early on, like Gen 3, it was like, oh, you can't use the Game Boy games anymore. You gotta get all the new shit. And it just became even more and more convoluted as it went on. And now we're at a point where it's fucking like you have to pay for Pokemon Home, which is a storage service just for Pokemon, which take up like very minimal amounts of data. It's like kilobytes of data to store a Pokemon. I think it's kilobytes, maybe it's like megabytes, but still that's like a really small amount of data. And you have to have a fucking storage like subscription for a storage service which has its own dedicated servers. It's just ridiculous. It's gone beyond like the point that it needs to. And I don't know. I don't necessarily know what the fix for the Pokemon issue is, but I think that is one big issue of Pokemon that needs to be fixed. I think for one, they need to focus on having a game that includes every single creature within the game and can be captured within the game itself. Because especially, like, okay, in Sword and Shield, that was like the big controversy. It was like fucking, oh, bring back the national dex. But even in Sun and Moon, they had each Pokemon, like you could feasibly have each one in a single copy of the game, but not every single Pokemon even had its Pokédex entry. They were all just like, I don't know, it was just the models and the movesets and like all that kind of stuff, like basic data about it. It was very strange, and I mean, they gotta fucking, I don't know, I want them to have every Pokemon, but it's not necessarily too important in terms of like, I don't know. I think it is important, but on some level it kind of isn't entirely. Like, not every game needs to have every Pokemon, but they should have at least some game that has every Pokemon or something. Because it's kind of ridiculous, because I would like to catch them all, but they haven't made it very fun very often. I think Legends Arceus made it really fun to catch Pokemon, because like, you have to like physically treat each Pokemon differently. Well, not each one, but like there's different categories, because there's kind of ones that will attack you, and then there's ones that will just kind of chill when you're around, and then the ones that will actively flee from you. And there's a few other unique examples that they kind of put in there of behaviors, but I like the idea that each Pokemon behaves differently in the wild, and you have to adapt your method of capture around that, rather than just catching every Pokemon the exact same way. Also, shit, I should have gotten a friend. I don't know why I didn't. I completely skipped out on getting like a friend right there. Yeah, I'll get Parasol. Let me set up again. Hold up. Shit! Okay. Yeah. And the umbrella in this game doesn't, like, float down, which is weird. But again, I was talking about fucking Pokemon. I love Pokemon. As a kid, I remember I played Pokemon Black, and on my DS. No. Okay, so when I got Pokemon Black, I still had a DS, and I started my playthrough of Pokemon Black on my DS. But then at that point, I got Pokemon... at that point, I got my 3DS. The original 3DS. And I never got any of the revisions of the 3DS. I had the original one from, like, 13 or whenever it came out. I got it like before the price cut even. Like, I had it as a Christmas gift when it was still like $3.50 or whatever ridiculous price that it costed back then. Until like 2020 or something, and then I sold my 3DS. And I kind of wish I didn't, but it's whatever. Because at that time, I was like, oh, there's no more 3DS games I want to play. And then I got into Metroid, and I was like, shit, now I want to play the Metroid game on the 3DS. But there's not a very, like, emulation for the 3DS is not as convenient as I would like it to be. Oh, shit, yeah, I should have Rick here. Damn. Okay. I might just, like, on purpose kill myself in the next level of this video game in order to come back and have full health. I don't know. It's whatever. I'll just play it normally. I know eventually these paintings come to life. I don't know when that happens, but I know it happens. Like some of these. They're gonna troll me here with one of them. It's gonna be wacky. Yeah, this is kind of one of the more direct examples of the art style being like looking like it's hand drawn. Oh shit, this guy. I remember this guy. Okay. Come over here, hit this blocks. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Oh shit, that was close. I almost like died to that. Yeah, are they having me do the exact same thing like 3 times? Damn. Okay. Let me get a little water real quick. Damn. But man, oh shit, more of this. Okay, wait. Fuck. Let me look into the thing again. Who do I want? I guess I might choose actually Ku for this. Because I want to go a bit faster. This bird. I think he was this one, if I'm not mistaken. Oh shit, there's even more. Oh, but those are just doors. Okay. But yeah, I was talking about Pokemon and wanting to have each one in the full game and shit. Shit. Come back here. Hit this block. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Great stuff. Like, give me just a moment. Oh my god, I gotta readjust what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I need to figure out a much more convenient way to sit down while playing this in the future, or while playing anything. I don't necessarily want to like be a gaming YouTube guy like all the time, but I wanted to at least do it once, and I want to do it some more times. Because I kind of like this. I like just playing a game and fucking going off on stupid ass shit. And also, this song is so good. Again, I wish I could record the audio of the game at the same time. I don't know what this guy's deal is. I don't even know if what is this? The block character. Damn. Yeah. Oh man, they don't give me an ability. I forgot what these are even called, but they should give you ice. I mean, they look like snow, but also they're definitely clouds and not snow. Okay. What is up? Oh, I could have just went up here the whole time. I thought these golden pipes were like walls. What? Oh shit. No, I fucked it up. Are they going to be destroyed still? Okay. I know now. I know now what to do. I have to oh my god. Okay. Wait. No, I have to go back and look at the guy. The guy, okay, I'm gonna go crazy if I don't do this one. Okay, as I understand now, as a kid, I definitely did not do this one. Okay, so this guy is shaped like that. So it's 3 on top, 5 on bottom, 3 on... Okay, so it's like an eye, and then the bottom layer is like fully... Okay. I have to make the blocks in this other room, like appear in the same way. No other Kirby game has had this level of fucking puzzle solving, like a Zelda game. Yeah, I have to be really careful about this. Yeah, perfect. And, yes. Yes. Okay. Shit, okay, hold on. I got it. I have to be thinking and careful about this whole thing. This is crazy. But man, again, I want to talk about Pokemon some more. So, like, I don't know. I love Pokemon. I've always loved Pokemon, but there's a lot of stuff, even recently, especially recently, actually, that I have been just getting more and more frustrated at Pokemon. Like, what are you doing? You're crazy. Oh my god. Okay, I was so close on that one. Because it's like, I want to have fun playing Pokemon, but man, if they don't make it just kind of miserable sometimes. Like, oh my god. I don't know. I like all the gimmicks, or not all of them. I like Mega Evolution. That was like the only good gimmick, I think. As Z moves are good conceptually, but I think in execution they ruined competitive Pokemon like insanely. It's just like, what the fuck? Because every Pokemon could have like any attack pretty much. Okay, so I have this setup of blocks. It should be fine, right? I don't know. Hopefully it's fine. I don't know if I was supposed to return to the block man or not after doing that. I don't know. Maybe he would have gave me the block there. I have no idea. But as I was saying, like, Z moves. Okay, I was talking about competitive Pokemon actually for a bit, and let me kind of preface that with I like competitive Pokemon on a very casual level. I watch this guy on YouTube, Thunder Blunder or whatever. He's great. He's fantastic. Hida Fajita. Sorry, I'm stupid. Great series, great stuff. Fucking Black Sludge Bisharp, you know, the iconic funny joke. But yeah, there's this website, Pokemon Showdown. You can like build your own competitive Pokemon movesets and kind of like just experiment, I guess, and with teams and stuff. What's unfortunate is that I also used to watch this guy Verilsify, who is like cringe and he sucks, and I didn't realize that for a bit because I just kind of fell into the trap of his clickbait videos as like a little kid on YouTube. I was like, whoa, yeah, Pokemon, the new leaks of Pokemon, even though I could have gotten that information from a lot of other better sources. But he was just the guy that I happened to see first, I guess. Oh shit, I want to be careful with this. Okay, there we go. Oh wait, shit, no, I need Broom to get in there. Fuck. Okay, I have to eat the guy to get the ability, and then I have to enter the room. Yeah, it's fine. I'll get this one. I'll get the needle. But yeah, I watched Verilsify on YouTube for a bit, and he had like wacky competitive Pokemon movesets that were ass, and he made me be bad at Pokemon because I would be using his weird movesets that he would come up with, which are not like standard at all. And I liked that he was being creative with it, but also they were just not great. But then I also got into this guy Thunder Blunder and this other guy Poke-Aim, and they're like actually good at what they're doing, and they're kind of just the standard for like people who play competitive Pokemon singles, in my opinion at least. There's also this other guy BKC that I got into way later, and he would talk about old Pokemon. See, there it is, the fucking painting like turned into a character in this Kirby game. But BKC would talk a lot about like the older generations, because like Blunder and Poke-Aim would talk about modern, or not necessarily modern, but like the current gen stuff. And BKC talked about like Gen 3 meta, and like I forgot what they called it. There's like an acronym for a lot of these, and like just the older generations of Pokemon. And I always thought that was interesting too, because each game itself has different mechanics that are very subtle that change a lot. What are you mad about? Oh wait, did I have to get the block formation but upside down? That was definitely it. Fuck. Okay, because his face is on the bottom of him. He's an upside down face. That's dumb. I spent all that time for nothing. I'm an idiot. Absolute buffoon. And I didn't even get the end power-up thing. But man, yeah, I'm into competitive Pokemon on a very basic level. Like, I'm not good at the meta very much. Like, I get like up to 1300 in the ladder, and then I kind of stop there. I'm not good at it, because the main thing about competitive Pokemon is you have to like predict what your opponent is going to do. And in order to do that, you have to be like pretty studied up on what each Pokemon can do and what the standard is for the movesets. And the problems come in when Pokemon have a lot of different movesets that they can do, and that's why Landorus is always at the top of the tier, because it can do everything. And so when you see one, you kind of don't know what you're expecting. I guess you could vaguely sort of get what you know you're expecting, but like not really entirely specifically. Shit, okay, I died. I guess, see, like, using the abilities, it's just not great. I'm gonna use it without an ability, and it'll be, like, fine. Except I think I was doing fine on this Ice Dragon guy. And this is a reference, because Ice Dragon is from Kirby's Dreamland 2, if I remember correctly. Oh, shit, I fumbled that one. Okay, but yeah, because Landorus Therian is like able to do so much, and it has such a great typing, and that's like kind of part of what makes it great. But also it's a bit like overpowered, but it not in a way that makes it bannable, but in a way that like most competitive overused tier teams have to be built around countering it. And what I mean by overused is, I mean, if you play competitive Pokemon, you know, but I'm just going to talk about it as if you don't. So Smogon is like the group of people that are not Nintendo owned, and they like officiate competitive Pokemon, like on Pokemon Showdown, which is the website, which is a battle simulator. I probably should have explained that. I just said there's a website that I didn't elaborate. But yeah, it simulates battles from like most generations of Pokemon. And they rank Pokemon in tiers. And it's by usage stats. So like whoever is good is gonna get used more than whoever's bad. So there's overused, which is OU, and then there's like underused, which is UU, and then there's rarely used, and NU, which is never used, and then PU, which isn't an acronym, but it's actually a joke because PU is like, ooh, PU, that's stinky. And oh shit, I'm bad at this boss. Damn. I'm scared to hit you. Okay, there we go. We got him. I just have to hit you one more time. Oh no! Oh my god! He keeps bouncing, and I don't know why. I'm like bad at this boss. Okay, but yeah. So there's all those tiers, and OU is the main one that I play, and it's the main one that most people play because it's. I mean, of course, it's by usage stats. And I played a little bit of UU, but I don't know. I generally like OU the most. And there's also Ubers, which is basically just legendaries and like things that are too powerful for OU. And that one is not really entirely by usage stats, but it's just because like of course the legendary Pokemon are going to be generally more good than the rest of them. But they don't specifically ban legendary Pokemon from the rest of the games or the rest of the tier list because things like Articuno are not that great because it's like an ice flying type, and that's a very susceptible type to a lot of things. So like, you know, you're gonna get hurt by a lot of things super effective, and you're gonna die really easily. That's like a terrible defensive typing. And Articuno is kind of like, I don't know, it doesn't get great offensive boosts, but that's kind of a specific example. But like a lot of things go into what makes a Pokemon good and bad. And in order to battle effectively, I think a big aspect of it is being able to predict what your opponent is going to do based on the standards of the tier, and like what team they have. And that's different in every tier. But I mean, it's a similar method. You do similar kinds of battles in Pokemon. You get the gist of it. Also, this is the Sun and the Moon that I'm fighting right now, which are, I forget which game they started. I think it's maybe Kirby's Adventure, but they're also in Superstar, and there are a bunch of others. But, I mean, the gist is that the Sun and the Moon hate each other in Kirby for some reason, and they're always fighting each other. Fuck, I, like, hit that so perfectly, and then I hit this. There we go. And I think at this point, Addo, which is the guy that's painting. Oh, no, okay, there's another boss. Fuck, it's Krako. He might be hard. I know we have 3 health. I hope he's not hard. I would hope it to not be hard. Also, there's no beam in this game. I just realized. Because he spits out guys that give beam, usually. But there's no beam in this game, so he's just going to do a lot of nothing. Fuck. Shit. Yeah, damn. Okay. I might die. Come on, do the thing. Is he going to do lightning? Shit. That's crazy. Okay, but yeah, as I was saying, I'm just not great at like competitive Pokemon for that reason. So I always played it very casually, and recently I kind of started just doing random battles, which like auto generates a random team of Pokemon that is completely just unrelated to tiers, except that they use like the standard movesets that you would have in a tier. And you just get to do random battles. And it's very neat, I think. I don't know, it's just kind of casual fun. You just click buttons on the website, it's fun. But if you want to actually get into it, I think Pokemon competitively is a very interesting game because it doesn't function like a lot of other games. Because it's essentially just a turn-based JRPG that you get to play online competitively. And the way people talk about it is very much different than from most other games. Because people don't play like, you know, like Final Fantasy like 8 or whatever in a competitive way because there's no online battles. But Pokemon is like at its core about battles and like trading and the Pokemon. It's about the Pokemon creatures. And like, you know, the big aspect of that is battling. Oh shit. What is going on? was what? Okay, I killed him. Thank God. I almost died. I didn't want to die from him. I didn't know what to do. But yeah, that's World 4, I think, if I remember correctly. So now we're on the final world of the game. And it's iceberg. So it's like grassland, and then like beach, and I guess like a mountain or something. And, or no, it's like a desert and a mountain. I don't know. It's kind of weird. The 3 and 4 are a bit similar. But now we're at 5, which is the iceberg level. And I always like this one. Oh shit, they did say what the world is. I just haven't been paying attention to these awesome animations. Except for now I am. Because it's a snowman. And it's very interesting. They give him a little snowman hat. A funny face. What a cool thing. But you can clearly see the King Dedede's castle. I like how they gave it King Dedede colors also. But it's like he's being controlled by dark matter. In a lot of the Kirby games, he gets possessed by dark matter or some other thing. You don't fight just Dedede himself most of the time. You fight like either a possessed version or like an alternate version of Dedede. Because in like Planet Robobot, you fight like a robotic version or like a clone version at some point. I don't know. There's a lot of King Dededes. It's strange. And fucking, I don't know. Hold on. Give me just a moment. I think, okay, I'm gonna check my phone for a moment. I have not been doing that this entire time. Oh my god, I have a lot of messages, jeez. And, hold on, give me a moment. Yeah, okay. Sorry, okay. Yeah, because I've been, like, recording a fucking video for 3 hours. And, I mean, I don't intend to look at my phone that often, but I probably should have. Throughout the night or whatever. Yeah, it's fine. We're chilling. Let me get another sip of water, and then I'll go back into this. Drink water. It's great. I love water. And now we're talking about water instead of fucking competitive Pokemon. We might come back to it. But water. Let me talk about water. It's my favorite drink. Most people don't really like water. They're like, oh, water doesn't have a taste. Water does have a taste, and it's one of the greatest tastes of any drink. I always love water. And every time I tried soda, I just didn't like it. I don't know. It makes your nose like fizz in a weird way. And I'm just not used to soda, so I just never got into it. I don't think soda is very natural and like intended for humans. I think it is bad for you health mentally. And I think that's a part of what I talked about earlier, in that like I had a religious mom and a not religious dad. And my mom was kind of just weird about things in general. And she's like, yeah, don't drink soda. And I mean, I didn't even like the taste of soda anyways, so that wasn't necessarily a problem for me. And whenever I would drink soda, I liked like the orange flavor of like orange Fanta and stuff like that, but I never even liked the flavor of like Coca-Cola. Like, what flavor is Coca-Cola? It's such a strange, weird flavor that I don't like, and it's like insanely sugary. Oh shit. Okay, I see what the thing is here. I have to like unfreeze the fire flowers, or just unfreeze the normal flowers, and also probably not run them over. That's probably also another aspect of it. Hopefully I can do that. I think I can do that here, because you can flame through them and not die from that. I just have to not like die in itself and lose the ability. I think I'm gonna go with Fire Rick, because that might be an easier ability to do this with, because he has a sort of big range. Okay. But yeah, I love water, man. I don't know why people don't like water. What's up with the water hate? Who is out here hating water? What is your goal? And also, like, my skin is much better for it. And a lot of people have mentioned, I don't even realize it, but I guess my skin is, like, pretty solid. And people are like, what's your skincare routine? Literally, I don't do anything. I just don't drink soda. That's, like, the only thing. I think soda is just that unhealthy, that it gives you an exorbitant amount of acne. It's nuts. Okay, I think I've exhausted the water conversation, because that's kind of all I usually say about water. But let's get back to fucking Pokemon, because I could talk about Pokemon forever. I could talk about Kirby for a long time too, but I've already talked about Kirby. We're literally playing Kirby. It's fine. I think like half of this video has probably been Pokemon, and the other half has been Kirby, and then like some other cool shit in between. Like, I was talking about anime for a while, but I was just saying I'm not like super into it. The Pokemon anime, you know, kind of intertwining these topics of conversation. It's not that like great. I don't know. I like it on a surface level. I watched it as a kid a little bit, but I don't think it's very good if you're just trying to watch a show. And also, it never ends. It's kind of just like, it's sort of like just fodder, because it will never end until Pokemon itself ends. They will never end Ash's storyline. I'm surprised they even let him win the championship one time, because I thought he would never win the championship, because he did in Generation 7, like Pokemon Sun and Moon. That iteration of the anime had Ash win the championship. But also, I guess that iteration of the anime also did a lot of things different, because they had Ash in school, which I like that they're doing things different, but I hate fucking schools in animes. I don't like schools in like storylines, unless it's like college, but it was like in a fucking elementary school or some shit, but like Pokemon. But like, that's a stupid idea for a TV show, bro. Pokemon is so cool. Why would you boil it down to be a school? That's dumb. That's why I don't like, that's part of why I don't like that. Am I getting it? Yes! I got the star. The little heart star thing. I didn't know if I would, because I didn't know if I missed any flowers. But man, I don't know. But okay, this is the Metroid one, so I have to like use ice in this. I don't know if I even get ice in this level. I'm gonna try to do it if I can, because I know it now. Because I didn't know that you froze Metroids, because I didn't play Metroid as a kid. I played Metroid like a year ago, or not even a year ago. I guess at this point it's nearing a year ago, damn, because I like got into Metroid in the months coming up to Metroid Dread that came out in like October 2021. I like played all the Metroid games in the summer, because I was like, oh shit, I need to catch up on Metroid, because this game looks fucking awesome. I still have to catch up on the Prime series, but I mean, I'll have a while, because I don't think Prime 4 is going to come out for a long time. But yeah, let's talk about Metroid actually instead of fucking Pokemon. Pokemon sucks. No, I'm just kidding. But I love Metroid. I wish I got into it sooner, but also I don't think I would have liked it sooner, because as a kid I was dumb. But now I'm like just enough smarter to be able to play Metroid and like not have to look up anything online. I didn't play NES Metroid. I played the remake on the Game Boy Advance, which is Zero Mission, and I think that is just by far the superior version. It's not like Kirby Superstar and Kirby Ultra Superstar or whatever on the DS, where I think you should play both versions. I think it's just that the Game Boy Advance version of Metroid 1 is just vastly superior to the original, and that you should never play the original. Because it's just kind of bad, because there's no map in game, and it's sort of built around similar principles to Zelda on the NES, where you have to, actually not necessarily similar to Zelda, but it's similar to this sort of vague idea that a lot of games had back in the day, where they wanted you to write things on paper while you're playing a game. I like it conceptually, but I don't think it's great, and it doesn't even work in the age of having a phone and technology. Because like in Mega Man, like old ass Mega Man games, before they had like saving, they would flash a password on the screen. Oh shit, the Metroids even work like they do in Metroid. But they would flash a password on screen, and you had to write the password into like a notebook and then remember it later, and then you could write the password in the game, and that's how you would get back to your like current progress. Shit, it's hard to do this with fucking ice, like how I have it. Okay, I got it. But yeah, I like that they referenced Metroid in this, because you have to have ice to beat these guys. Because that's how you beat Metroids in the original game. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I can't get ice again. Hopefully there's no more Metroids. Hopefully there's no more. I hope I got them all. That would be a shame if I missed out on like 2 of them. I think that makes sense. I feel like I beat them all. I had to have. Oh shit. Shit. Okay, I'm chilling. It's good. We're good. But yeah, as I was saying, it's like Metroid is on the NES is sort of like a giant extension of that, because not only do they want you, it's not like Mega Man, where you just have to write a password. Like that's kind of bad, but it's not that crazy. Metroid on the NES expects you to like sort of memorize the entire map, or like write it down on a notebook or something in order to be able to fucking play the game. I don't like that, man. That's just not fun to do. Oh shit, I need to go faster. Shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die from this game. Yeah, damn it. Okay. The umbrella power is too slow. My bad. But yeah, on the Game Boy Advance, they gave you a world map. Also, the graphics are way better. And it's just a better game. You should play it because it's convenient and it's like how Metroid 1 was intended to be played, pretty much. But like, I don't know, I love Metroid. Super Metroid is just one of the greatest games ever. I was so into Metroid. I have the Super Nintendo Classic. Man, I barely made it. And there, oh, what? No? I did. How? What am I supposed to do? Do I have to have ice right now? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do then. Maybe? I don't know. What? That's a bait. I should have gotten it. What the fuck? That's crazy. But yeah, I didn't even know who that was back in the day. And then I only realized a long time later. I was like, oh, that's a Metroid reference. Because I was just like, what? Why the heck is whatever? There's ice. There is sliding ice mechanics. That's neat. And this penguin, I'm gonna. Oh, okay, penguin doesn't give you ice. But yeah, Super Metroid is fantastic, and I have fond memories of lots of nights where I would have the Super Nintendo Classic, and I would be playing the game. Can I destroy these blocks? No. Oh, okay, I do. I'm gonna get this guy actually. What is ice Ku do? Oh, he shoots out little things. Okay. But man, it's just I could go on about Metroid, man. Metroid is a fantastic video game. Super Metroid specifically. Also all the other ones. I love Metroid Fusion 2. And of course Dread. Dread is a phenomenal return to form. I was so happy with it. I was like, man, this is one of the first times in a long time that I've just been able to pick up a game and play it and like not have to deal with like, I don't know, things like day one downloads or whatever. Kind of the bullshit that modern games have. I mean, I think there have been updates to Metroid Dread, which isn't necessarily my point. My point is just that like I could play the game and it was a good game and there wasn't any sort of stupid extra thing that I had to wait for or like some kind of DLC or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I don't hate DLC. I don't know how to explain what I'm getting at. It's sort of a boomer-esque argument, but I mean, I think you get what I'm saying. It was just classic video games. Like I missed Metroid, and I hadn't even gone that long without playing it. Real Metroid fans had to wait like fucking years to play that shit. Oh shit. Oh, I died. Okay, but also I was shitting about something else. Fucking Attack on Titan. I'm back on that again. Like, people had to wait 4 years between season 1 and season 2. If I had to wait that long between a first and second season of a show, I would go mental. I don't even know what I would do. But yeah, people had to wait 15 years for the next 2D Metroid that, like, and I mean, I'm glad that they got a great one out of it, because I think if I had waited 15 years, I definitely would be like, yeah, this is worth the wait. I don't know if everyone believes that, but I think they at least appreciate that it's a phenomenal video game. But yeah, as I was okay, I need to collect my stuff a little bit more, because I'm kind of getting it back into a lot of things. Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo Classic, because that's what I had, the mini Super Nintendo. I don't know if I'm like saying it correctly, but you get what I mean. The little tiny one that came out, the reissue. I didn't have an original SNES, but I also didn't pirate the game. So I was playing it with like an original Super Nintendo controller, but like the one that they remade. So it's like, I don't know. It's kind of the same feel though. And it's just a great game. I highly recommend Super Metroid, as well as Metroid Fusion. I love that one too. And that one's also in the Game Boy Advance, and that's Metroid 4. So Super Metroid is Metroid 3, and Zero Mission is Metroid 1. But there's also Metroid 2, which is the only one I haven't played at this point. And Dread is 5, of course. Because it's a Game Boy game that also had a remake on the 3DS, and it's kind of the same situation as Zero Mission, where you should just play the remake, because the remake is the vastly superior version that fixes all of the inconveniences of it being a fucking Game Boy game. There's also a fan remake called AM2R that everyone loves, but it got like canceled by Nintendo because like copyright bullshit. I don't know if it's good or not, but I think it's good because everyone says it's good. So like, You should probably play that also, but I don't know. And AM2R stands for another Metroid 2 remake, and that was kind of the joke of it, was that people would, I guess, make Metroid 2 a lot, but this was like the actual good one. And I don't know if it's even still accessible, if you can still download it anywhere on the website you can find, but I mean, I imagine you could, because the internet's massive and full of stuff. Metroid Fusion is kind of different from all the other ones because it's much more reliant on the story, and it's like, oh, that's great, it's like rock but it's ice. But it's like, so you go to an area and it's more contained. You do like a segment of Metroiding, and there's like a sort of mini Metroid area that you do, but then you like, okay, actually this ability sucks. I know this is not great for what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna fly over everything right here. But like, I don't know what I was explaining. Okay, Metroid Fusion. Okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no, a memory game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Do I have to remember the amount or what? Oh, he hit 3. Oh, what? Oh shit, I should have, okay. It was how many times he hit that one, but I totally thought I heard 3. And I should have watched him also. Okay. My bad, my bad. I'm terrible at memorizing things. I hate memory. But Metroid, it's like you do a tiny area of Metroiding, and then the story guy comes in. It's Adam, or I think that's his name. He's like a supercomputer guy, but it's actually an AI of a real human that is put inside a computer or something like that. And he talks you through the whole game. And then, if I remember correctly, he turns out to be like the bad guy or something. Or no, shit, I don't remember. Fuck. Okay, I don't know. I forgot how Metroid Fusion goes. But it's like, it's really good, but it's kind of not as good as like Super Metroid, but it has a great atmosphere. There's a part of the game where you're like put in the dark, and I think that part's really good. And there's a lot of great atmospheric moments. There's a part where there's Ridley, but he's like frozen, and you encounter him, and you find this area before you have the suit that lets you like go into frozen areas unharmed. So you're taking damage, and you see Ridley, and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And it's crazy. It's awesome. I love that part. There's a lot of little cool set pieces like that, and just good moments, which is part of it being sort of much more linearly designed, because you have to go to one area before you go to the next. And it's a great video game, but I think it's bad at being a Metroid game, because the point of Metroid is that you explore the entire world and do things sort of out of order. And also, I want to go into Metroidvanias. So, Metroid and Castlevania, I guess, have similar enough game philosophies where a bunch of indie game people were making indie games, and then eventually, somehow, I don't know what the first Metroidvania was, but eventually people realized, oh shit, this is like a genre of game. That's like a style of 2D platformer, and it's based on game design principles rather than specifically the gameplay. Because like a platformer, you could call something a 2D platformer on its gameplay merits. You could call something like a 3D game on that, you know, or like a story RPG or what, you know. But I think Metroidvania is much more like a story-driven game genre name, or not story-driven. Sorry, I don't know, what am I getting at? Like, okay. The Metroidvanias, it's a combination of Metroid and Castlevania, pretty much. And the idea is that you explore a world, and you do one thing in another area, and you unlock a power-up or ability or something like that that lets you do something in another area. And that's sort of the whole gist of it. That's like the main draw of it. You're exploring, but you open up previous places that you saw but couldn't go to due to new, like, exploration and shit like that. I want this bird. I need this bird. Bro. Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, okay. Okay, I'm good. I almost died from being a dumbass. And like, I mean, the greatest example is Super Metroid, but you can't call Metroid or Castlevania a Metroidvania because it's the thing that it is. Like, you wouldn't call, like, that's like, okay, that's like I'm like my mom and my dad's name Vania or whatever, and you couldn't call like my dad a Dadvania because he's my dad. That's like a dumb analogy, but that's the only thing I could come up with. You know, you can't call it, because it's the thing. It's the origin of the source. But there's a ton of indie games. So like Ori and the Blind Forest is very clearly a Metroidvania because it's a big sort of openish world, but it's a 2D, and you explore shit, and you find abilities that unlock things you do later. So you don't go through the world linearly. Shit, I'm bad at saying that word. God damn. You go through it in such a way that you find older things later. Shit, I am bad at this game. Jesus Christ. Shit. Okay, I'm dead now. That's it. I'm died. Dead. Hold on. I'm by my telephone. I gotta be like sending a message to someone. Alright, fucking. But like you explore the world of Ori and the Blind Forest in a non-linear fashion. And it's a fantastic, I love that game. The animation in that game is beautiful. That's just one thing. And oh shit, okay, hold on. I got this fire guy, and then I go through the door and I do the fire things. Shit, okay, hold on. I have to go up here, okay. But as I was saying, fucking Ori and the Blind Forest is great, for one thing. And then another thing is that you explore the world, you get a power-up that does a thing later, and also Hollow Knight is another one. That's another example. I think more people talk about Hollow Knight than about Ori and the Blind Forest, but I think I like Ori and the Blind Forest just a bit more than Hollow Knight. They're pretty similar and comparable games. And it's like, I don't know, I like them both. They're both great, but like, Ori is just a little bit better in my opinion. I think it's just more fine-tuned. They both have like unique animation styles, but Hollow Knight feels much more gamey than Ori and the Blind Forest. Like, Ori and the Blind Forest is so smooth, it feels like an experience, and it's made by like the fucking Xbox people. And I said earlier, fuck Xbox, and I mean the console. I don't mean fuck Xbox, like the developers, because I think they're good game developers, but they don't just, I don't know. The problem with Xbox is that it relies much more on the games rather than on the, like, or sorry, wait, other way around. Xbox relies much more on, like, the console having insane specs than it does on, like, the games being good or having a lot of good exclusive games, which is sort of the point of a game console. Because like PlayStation has a lot of fantastic exclusives. That's how they like knocked it out with Nintendo, because they had fucking Crash Bandicoot and Final Fantasy became exclusive to PlayStation, and shit like that. Like that was how they came on top, and like all those things like that. Because it was actually fucking, Nintendo was so like insistent on the Nintendo 64 having cartridges rather than CDs that they were gonna work with like Sony to make the Nintendo PlayStation, which is a real thing that was going to be basically just both of those consoles combined. But then Nintendo was like, no, we want fucking cartridges. And then Sony was like, no, we should have CDs because that's like the better technology. And then they won. Not only because the PlayStation has better games, but also because it's simultaneously a DVD player. And just happened to be reasonably priced compared to most DVD players at the time. And that's especially true for the PlayStation 2, which is like the best-selling console of all time. Mainly because it was much cheaper to get than a real DVR, or not DVR, fucking CD player. Or no, I'm saying CD. Am I talking about DVDs? I might be talking about DVDs. I mix those two up. The one that plays movies, I think. Oh shit, I remember this level. Okay, so it sold much more than like that, than any other console ever because of that shit. Because normies would just buy it because it's a DVD player. Actually, oh fuck. Okay, bad gameplay alert. Spark? I don't know if I want Spark. Actually, I might get Cutter. But see, I definitely don't think there's a sword in this game. Unless that is. I think that's Rock. I think this is Broom and that's Rock. There's a very strange set of power-ups in retrospect. I don't even think I realized as a kid that this game just straight up doesn't have some of the ability. That's kind of what Beam would be, but this is electricity on Rick. That's strange. But anyways, I was just saying, the PlayStation 2, everyone would just buy it because it's like a normie thing. And you could play DVDs on it. And that's kind of why the Wii sold pretty well, because like normies would get it to play Wii Sports and shit like that. And then they realized, oh shit, this is not like a sustainable business model to just make a thing that normies will play. Then after the fumble that was the Wii U, they came out with the Switch. They're like, oh yeah, we can make a game that's like good, and then like also make it be a normie thing at the same time. Because I think that's the perfect balance, and that's why the Switch is doing so well. Shit. Sorry, I'm like... Oh my god, that was dumb. That was dumb. I wanted to get that star. That my hubris exceeded me. I've like lost my brain function in that moment because I was trying to think of my train of thought, and then I wanted to get the star. These are an interesting enemy. These are waddledees that have been killed. I guess they're dead. They came out of a little genie lamp, and they're dead spirits, and they actually like show up in future Kirby games, which is very strange. But I don't know. That was a side note, I guess. This is a lot of rooms where I can just get a lot of stars, which is neat, so I can gain some lives again. Let me in there, little guy. Yeah. Okay. Let's fucking go. There we go. But as I was talking about the PlayStation and okay, no shit, I have completely lost my train of thought. I was talking about the PlayStation, of course, and I talked about the Wii a little bit, but not really. I was just talking about sales, and shit, why though? Why was I talking about any of this? Something about PlayStation, and no, fuck, Xbox. So like they care about the specs being good. I care about the games being good, and Nintendo is definitely the highest like order of that, where it's like, yeah, the games are great. But I think PlayStation is the second highest level of that, where it's like, yeah, we got some great games too. Xbox, they have some games, but it's like they don't got enough games for me, man. Like, I'm not into first person shooters that much. I like Team Fortress 2. I love Team Fortress 2. I have many hours in that game. I love Splatoon 2. That's a third person shooter, but still, I love that game. There's some other games I like, but fucking, I'm not into like Call of Duty. I think a lot of first person shooters have jank controls. I think more games need to have like motion controls, like how I could have done that way better to get the ability, actually, now I think about it. But like, what was I saying? The I don't know, Halo. That was the ultimate point I was getting to. Halo, I'm not too into it. I tried to play it once. It's not very fun. It's just so jank to play. I am a big proponent or fucking supporter, I guess, of wanting games to play like fucking fun and be smooth and enjoyable to play. How do I shoot up? Shit. Hold on. Yeah, we just do that. Okay, now we're chilling. Yeah. But I want games to be fucking fun to play. That's why Mario is so fun, because he jumps and it's satisfying. That's why I love Kirby. He runs around and eats shit and it's satisfying. Also, complete side note, these little daddy long legs spiders ass enemies, they are like so scary, and as a kid they freaked me out. And I was like, that's the fucking daddy long legs, and I've seen him in real life because I come from the fucking country. I'm from the Midwest. You know what's called the Midwest? Because it's mid. Just kidding, it's a little joke. Midwest is kind of just normal. But anyways, aside from that, I'm talking about fucking Xbox. I need this. Okay. On the one hand, I like that I am derailing so much. But on the other hand, I wish I didn't nearly. But okay. Another instance of the Kirby that is like the weird clone Kirby guy. I don't care enough to see him to the end of this. Shit, yeah. Xbox just doesn't have enough games for me to like get really a kick out of it. So I have always just been a PlayStation, even PC. I love PC. PC has tons of games. That's why I love PC. And PlayStation and Nintendo guy. I don't care about the graphics or the capabilities of my console. I want it to be fun. I buy video games and I play them because they are fun. These are fake enemies. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it from the start. From the fucking, yeah. But it's fun. The Kirby is fun. That's why it's one of my favorite series of all time. Kirby is so fucking fun. I love fun. I love having fun, and that comes from like good game design at the end of the day. And see, this is just an extension of my, like, I don't know, that I view video games as art in this weird way. And I think they should be respected as such, and I don't think enough people, especially today. I think like 10 years ago, people definitely respected games as art way more than they do today. And that's because of stupid shit like Fortnite, bro. I do not like Fortnite. Fortnite is not fun. It's not well designed. It has an intrinsically addictive gameplay loop. And that's why it's become popular, because you play one game and you get like 80th place, and then you play another game and you get like 12th place, and that's not necessarily a denoter of skill, but rather of just fucking blind luck. And then you are like, oh, I got so much better at the game, and then you play it infinite times, and all the matches end in like 20 minutes or something. So it's like you get to play a game enough, but it's like quick enough to where you can get invested and then uninvested in it, and then play a new round of Fortnite, and it's just completely addictive. And then there's also fucking in-game transactions and V-Bucks and stupid ass shit like that. I'm not into it. I'm not into bullshit. I like video games because, one, it's fun. Okay, I said that like over and over again. But another thing is I like it because they're like for real. They're like my homies. They're legit and shit. They're not bull. Video games are, oh, what? Okay, sad cat. I definitely had to have the other cat for that one. It does not go. Okay, I know what to do here. Oh, one up. No, I was so close. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, hold on. Let me readjust for hopefully the final time, because we're getting near the end of this game. Oh shit, this song. It probably played before, but this is the first time noticing this song. This is the Iceberg song from Kirby's Dreamland 3. Look it up. It is great. It's such a weird vibe, but it works so well. Especially in these iceberg levels. I think it's definitely an iceberg thing. There was also a video I watched recently, which was a Kirby iceberg video on YouTube, which is like a type of video where someone on Reddit basically makes a post of a bunch of Kirby lore, or just lore of anything, which is the idea of an iceberg in general, but in this case it's Kirby. And then some guy on YouTube like goes through each topic and studies it and like explains it in the video. I don't know what I'm doing here. Is this like a... Oh shit, okay. What's going on? Oh, what? Okay. What the fuck? So this is the real door, okay. Sorry. But yeah, iceberg, people explain shit in like a long ass video. And that's the kind of video I want this to be, but I don't want it to take away your attention from whatever else you're doing. I want it to be background noise fodder, of just me talking while I'm playing a game. Because you could watch this video, but why in the hell would you watch this video? It's not that great. This is Blocky. This is an enemy that does not show up in very much of Kirby, but he shows up a little bit. He's in Team like Clash Deluxe or whatever it's called, the spin-off fighting game thing. I didn't even remember him being in this game, but I know who he is. He's great. And also, I realize now that I completely fucked up the objective. So you have to get all these feathers, and you gotta get the ability of the previous boss they just fought. And I have, just from the start, not done that, but it's fine. I don't really care. Again, I might make a separate video of me doing all the objectives separately. But yeah, okay, this is definitely an optimal copyability setup to have for this. And to make these bosses not take forever. Because it's a projectile, and then I'm also cool, so I can fly fast and get over everything. Yeah, this is actually very optimal. But as I was saying, I love video games in an artistic way. I think they're just phenomenal. And I love indie games, I love Nintendo games, I love PlayStation games, I love PC games. I just don't like Xbox games that much. I mean, there's some good Xbox games. But now, recently, they've been doing this kind of lazy tactic of, instead of making their own good games, they buy other studios that make good games. And then they're like, oh yeah, this is our exclusive game now. The biggest example for me is Psychonauts. I've always wanted to play that game. I have not been able to. But man, is it good. I mean, it's on PC too, but man, now it's an Xbox exclusive, except for that's also on PC. But it won't ever be on fucking PlayStation again. And I'm like, damn, what the heck? That sucks. But also, I mean, it makes perfect sense. That's like a perfect business move for Xbox to do. But I don't like it, because I don't like Xbox. I'm the Xbox hater out here. Um, completely random thought just popped in my head. Earlier I was talking about movies and how I almost became like a super pretentious snob about them. I did not finish that arc of conversation at all. So I like fell out of movies just because I got less and less time to watch them now, and I have had more and more time to have to do college because I'm in college right now. And this is spring break, and that's the only reason I'm able to record a thing like this, because it's fucking spring break. What? Gordo's a boss? What? This is crazy. This is news to me. Oh, that's so sick. Okay. I forgot about this boss. That's cool. That's neat, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, oh my god. Okay, there we go. But I don't know, I don't have time to watch movies. So okay, actually I thought I would have much more to say when I thought about talking about movies again. Never mind. Fuck this girl. She wants her dumb feathers. Stupid. Now I think this is the final level of the game. So we're nearing the end of this shit. We're talking about video games still. But I always love video games. I don't know. This is going in a circle. I do just love video games. And this is actually still a great power-up combination for this fight, which is DDD. He's possessed by dark matter, and that will become very much so apparent in a little bit. He sucks in. DDD also inhales, similar to Kirby, but he is not Kirby in any way. He's a penguin, and he lives in this castle. In the first Kirby's game, Kirby's Dreamland, he steals all the food in Dreamland, and that's the plot. He's the main villain of that game. But it's strange because over time, King Dedede has become not the main villain of the games, but rather a sort of false villain, or even sometimes a friend, which is very strange. Because, like, Bowser would never do that. I mean, Bowser has become friendly in spin-offs, like in, I don't know, Mario Kart, but that's just because it's a racing game with Mario. Of course, you gotta be able to play as Bowser in it. It's much different from, like, I don't know, because King Dedede is such a strange character. Also, these things where his mouth opens halfway and then he does that is very creepy, and they do that in future games too, and I didn't like how unsettling that was as a kid. That really unsettled me. In Kirby's Adventure even, they start the trend of him not even being the main villain, because you make your way through the game and you go to DD. I think you fight DDD, but the point is not to... Okay, shit, so I did just beat the game. Let me explain here what's happening right now. So he's possessed by dark matter. If you did all of the tasks and got all of the, like, heart things, then you fight, like, dark matter after that in, like, 0-2, and it's like a shmup kind of. It's very strange, and it's very cool. But instead of having normal credits, you get a cast roll of all the enemies and their names. So there's Cappy and Broomhatter and all this shit. But as I explained Kirby Adventure, let me just get through this. So even in that game, he is not like the main antagonist. He is, I mean, he's like treated as if throughout the game. But you get to the end, he's like, no, Kirby, why are you fighting me? There's this dream rod that was stolen by Nightmare, and you gotta not, there's the dream rod in the dream fountain. You gotta not take it out. And then Kirby takes it out because he thinks he has to take it out. And then Nightmare is summoned, who is like the actual final boss, which is like a sort of strange eldritch abomination, but it's one of the less scary ones in the Kirby series because they get very weirder and more creepy as they go on. But yeah, at the end of most Kirby games, it's like a strange, fucking horrific boss fight. I think biggest culprit is definitely Star Allies, because you fucking go inside of him, and it's like a cult, and there's also, like, you fight his heart. It's very strange. But basically in this game, this is the bad ending. No other Kirby game has, like, these separate endings like this. Actually, maybe a few of them do, but it's not to this degree, which is very strange. And I've actually never experienced the true ending myself. I've only seen it in videos. So now that I'm considering how feasible it is, I might actually do it. Because when I like was planning to do this video, I was like, yeah, I won't do the true ending. But actually, I think I could. But yeah, that's like a solid 4 hours of game. It's like 3 hours of game, and then I did an extra hour of talking about the timeline. Hopefully this made for a good video. And hopefully I talked enough and there's not enough dead space where it's stupid. And hopefully you're doing good on your homework that you're definitely doing while watching this fucking video. So I took a sip of water. So we're almost done with this. We're going to let the credits roll a bit more. I like the song that plays during these credits, but there's also a different song for the actual staff credits, which is great. And I made a lead sheet there for them, which is a music thing where you do the melody and the chords, but as like sheet music, and it's just kind of a vague interpretation of the music, sort of. And I definitely did not talk enough about music because I love music, and I should have done that more. But I mean, I talked about a lot of shit, and there's Blocky. But yeah, I mean, okay. This is my first time doing this. And, okay, we did the staff credits, and who else is there? Oh yeah, and the question mark. So that is what, like, lets you know that there's more to do in this game. Because it's like, oh, you didn't beat the main guy? Who is that? But yeah, then it plays the whole intro again. So we beat the game. Great job, fellas. So yeah, now I don't think there's a way within this game to exit the main menu. All I know is that there's a way to reset it, which is you hold A, B, 1, and 2 at the same time, but that just resets the ROM itself of this game within this game, which is a ROM on the Wii, if that makes any sense. But I can go to the Wii menu and wave around my thing by using the right stick, which is what I've mapped to this. I'm using Dolphin. It's a great little piece of nostalgia. Look at the Wii menu. But yeah, I think after having done this, I do want to do more, actually, and I think I could talk for another good few hours about bullshit, but I don't know necessarily when I will do this, but I do know I want to, which is great, and I hope you had fun listening to this video and listening to me go off, and I hope this is, like, at all fucking listenable at all. Jesus Christ. 3 or so hours. Oh my god. Goodbye. 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 Man.